Call of Duty Black Ops 2 was released on the 12th of November 2012. It was shipped with the PC and 7th gen consoles including the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. It was developed by Treyarch as the sequel to Call of Duty Black Ops, itself a sequel to World at War. Hi, I'm RPG تحرك! But you can just simply call me Amazon. Let's look back at the greatest of all time in a bunch of Call of Duty video game titans, as well known as the likes of GTA and Minecraft. I myself got the game a few months after release. My dad's colleague was giving away her son's old games, left to collect dust after he moved out. The games I got were the Steelbook versions of Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2. Ever since then I have played countless hours of Call of Duty. It's what I came home from school to every day for years of my life. So much of my childhood has Call of Duty as a backdrop, an essential pillar in my gaming upcoming, along with the likes of Minecraft and Lego games. This video means a lot to me, and it will be biased to an extreme. I will absolutely shit on parts of this game, and I will just as much, if not more, self-indulge by remembering nostalgically the experience I've encountered. The story arcs and now very embarrassing clans and teams that I have wasted my time on. So beware, because I will absolutely worship the gods that are Treyarch and their amazing, fantastic creations. This video is long, hours long actually, so maybe take a look at the chapters that I've laid out in this description. Also, this video will not be as visually interesting as my others, so if you want to listen to a video while playing a game or just going about your day, this video will serve great as such. If you don't care about the campaign, go ahead and skip that part. The parts will work fine without each other. Although I do recommend watching the whole thing, or at least the end and one of the parts. Well, without further ado, let's get into the first of the three main parts of this gigantic video, the campaign. The campaign of a Call of Duty game has gone from the main stage and general center of attention for the developer to the third mode, only made to be played by a couple of standout fans of the single-player Call of Duty experience and the people who felt robbed after buying Black Ops 4, only to see that their favorite mode, campaign, is not there. To me, a great Call of Duty campaign acts as a prelude to the multiplayer mode, a taste of what's to come, a chance to try out the weapons and equipment, feeling the absolute rush of being shot at while ducking and weaving in and out of cover, firing back when possible, explosions dangerously close to being fatal, and hit markers. So many of those satisfying hit markers. So let's talk about how this will work. There's a lot to cover here, and I'll do my best to clue you in. I will go through the game completely, a walkthrough if you may. Specifically a walkthrough of my latest playthrough. This game will also has multiple endings, something I will talk about at length at the end of the campaign section. There are lots of things I'll miss, including an access kit special weapon in the first mission. Yes, that bugs me too. I will be talking about the encounters, the gameplay and the audio visuals that make up Black Ops 2 in its entirety. I will attempt to explain the campaign story, its themes and plotlines. There will be spoilers, obviously. With all that said and done, let's start from the very beginning. Black Ops, that is. Because this is a sequel and I'm not analyzing and talking about the first game today. So not only will I spoil Black Ops 2, but also the first one. sorry. Black Ops 1 takes place between 1961 and 1968, during both the Cold War and the Vietnam War, and takes place 16 years after World at War, the game that precedes even this one. Black Ops follows Alex Mason, an Alaskan. The game starts with the now iconic scene. Mason strapped to a chair while getting interrogated by CIA member Jason Hudson, or Hudson for short. Throughout the game, we learn that Mason was brainwashed by Nikita Dragovich, a Russian terrorist using sleeper agents to spread the deadly gas all across America called Nova 6. Dragovich also tasked Alex Mason with killing the president of the US, John F. Kennedy. If it actually happened is up for interpretation though. Regardless, someone else tampered with Mason's brain, a Russian World at War character called Viktor Reznov. After Reznov's best friend was poisoned by Nova 6, a series of names was handed to Mason. Going through the list, he believes that Reznov, not him, is killing and carrying out his revenge. He is wrong. During the process, he begins to suspect the true identity of his Soviet friend Viktor Reznov, and in reality, it was him, all alone ever since his escape from Vorkuta, one of the opening missions in Black Ops, and a Russian gulag. Reznov is not real. Reznov is dead.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
The numbers are playing over and over in the head of Mason, who has to remember the location of a broadcast station to stop a horrifying biotic weapon attack. This might be a lot at once, and I understand that. It's more refresher for all of you that have played the first one, but if I ever call back to it, I'll be sure to remind you of any and all surrounding lore and context. Without further ado, let's start the game, shall we? We are greeted by the scene of a dead man, presumably Alex Mason, laying on the floor of a burning building in a pool of blood. A kid, probably the son of the dead man, and the overdubbed voice codenamed Section sits beside him. A man is shown holding a weapon. Note the heart-shaped necklace around his neck. The voice talks about his father, an army man who always left him when he most needed him to protect something bigger, his country. Cut into the future, we see what looks like an interrogation. Section, now known to be David Mason, interrogates an orange-clad man with a blind eye, the man who killed his father. His name is Menendez, we find out by looking at the subtitles. They speak of loss, the thing that shaped them into who they are today. Another cut, 5 hours earlier. The prisoner is now wearing a white suit, sitting in front of a fireplace. A text pops up on screen. June 19th, 2025. Cordis Die. We cut back once again, to the 19th of June 1973. A child hanging over another who is asleep. The girl stands up as she's seen something. She also happens to be wearing the same heart-shaped necklace seen previously. She walks up to the door, giving off a strange glow. As she opens it, a fiery explosion fills the room and we cut back to Menendez opening a door, men lining up as he walks. We cut back and forth between these two perspectives, one of a fearless leader with full control and authority, and a child filled with fear and insecurities doing his best to save the girl. The boy realizes the hopelessness of the situation and with no other way out, he takes the heart-shaped necklace to his throat, ready to end his life. But the girl, Josefina, talks him down. We cut back to Menendez screaming in front of a crowd. The crowd chants the line as the text from earlier pops on screen again. Now instead of Cordis Die, it says Judgment Day. And that's it. We're back in the main menu. The background, in Black Ops fashion, looks to be a place in the story. A futuristic looking war room. This is where you choose what game mode you want to play or if you want to play at all. I myself played the game on the hardened difficulty, because in my experience, the hardest difficulty feels straight up unfair in a lot of ways. The game turns into a slow and unforgivable slog of countless deaths from unseen enemies and grenades that land out of sight. So, I recommend you play at least normal for a great, fair and challenging experience. The intro to the campaign. It's a big lore dump with some great cinematography. Black Ops 2 looks the most dated in its cutscenes, however, which could probably be attributed to the character models and the environments. They make it hard on themselves here. They go for the hyper-realistic look without the technology to back it up. So here's the gist of it. Raul Menendez went to see Woods, a fan-favorite supporting character from the first Black Ops game, to give him the golden heart-shaped locket. David Mason and one of his squad mates, Harper, rolls up to secure Woods. Woods is fine and gives David the locket and tells them Menendez is going to attack. After seeing the locket, David remembers something. A flashback is shown. David, 7 years old, is climbing a tree with his dad. Their relationship seems bad. A chopper sets down and out comes Hudson with bad news. Woods has gone missing in Angola and they need Alex Mason's help to find him. What you're looking at now is the customization screen. This is simply awesome. One of my favorite new features of the Black Ops 2 campaign. Here you can, not unlike the multiplayer, set up a custom class for the upcoming mission. Everything from assault rifles and snipers to grenades and perks. I'd advise you to always pick the Access Kit perk, which allows you to find secret weapons not seen otherwise, new routes, hack into allied robots and more. Now, for the first mission. Woods is missing and we, Alex Mason, needs to find him with the help of Jonas Savimbi, a crazy war-fueled madman. We flash back in time, a charred hand on the glass of a burning car, a war zone in a desert, bombs dropping around us. We then ride with Savimbi, the leader of the operation. We are contacted by Hudson, who tells you that the opposing force is advancing on your position. This is the first gameplay section of the game. So let's talk a little bit about the gameplay mechanics. Call of Duty is a first-person shooter, but unlike others, it doesn't weight itself down by being realistic in its gunplay and shooting mechanics. It's more arcadey than something like Battlefield, a game that prides itself on being more realistic in its gunplay. Black Ops 2, however, stands out in the Call of Duty family with its relatively long time to kill. I will speak more on this in the multiplayer section of the video, but just take away this. Black Ops 2's gameplay is unrealistic, bombastic, and feels great. A blend of fast, easy to understand and rapid controls, exciting and powerful weapons, and last but not least, flashy and AAA visual and audio design. The first encounter of the game is a large battlefield in what looks to be some kind of a savanna. We are told to target the mortar crews. So let's talk about Black Ops 2's AI. To be blunt, it sucks. The AI is just not next-gen enough for its time. The only real difficulty comes from their very robotic aim and their numbers, not for their ability to flank or something like that. Moving on. We are then giving a new weapon available, a strafing run of sorts. Using our newfound weaponry, we advance until the MPLA falls back. Hudson sets down his chopper as we get the news of Wood's location. He is being held by Nicaraguan gunrunner on a transport barge in a river nearby. As we lift off the newly won battlefield, we are taken back to the manor with a flashback. Woods in his wheelchair. He speaks of his experience in the first Black Ops game, namely Reznov, and how the Woods got captured and sent to the Hanoi Hilton, and after that, someplace even worse. We're back. Overhead the boat and the location of Woods. After being shot down and clearing the deck of enemies, we are thrown into a classic defend the vehicle section, which has us shooting at boats trying to board us. There are mounted MGs that easily dispatch with any and all threats. The only logical place where Woods could be is inside the container sitting in the middle of the ship. After opening up the container, we are greeted by the horrific smell of decaying flesh, the sound of feasting flies, and the sight of dozens of dead soldiers. Woods sits battered and dying in the back. Before long, the moment is destroyed though. A helicopter swoops down and we have to fend it off, using a manually steered rocket launcher, not too dissimilar to the rocket launcher seen in Half-Life. We deal with the chopper, but not without running aground, swimming for land with Woods to the scene of a sinking ship. There are some really epic visuals here that are helped by the audio. This is where the first of a few stealth sections in Black Ops 2 takes place, a jungle filled with the opposing army. With Woods around our shoulder, we follow Hudson. Note the antenna. Our goal. Call for emergency extraction and get Woods to safety. As we lay in wait behind a fallen log, we see several child soldiers. This could have been a great plot point or even a feature, don't kill the kids, but it's never expanded upon and stands out as Treyarch being edgy for edginess sake. This unfortunately becomes a bit of a pattern, as we'll see later on in the game. Hudson in the company of Woods stays behind while you are tasked with relaying the SOS to Savimbi. On the way we can use an access kit and open a door to a shack. Inside we find a Dragunov sniper and bear traps. This signals to us that we are going to be in a defending section, another Call of Duty classic. We sneak into the relay tower when none other than Menendez is sitting, relaying some kind of message. As we tell him what to do, he breaks the radio, soldiers barging into the room. He pulls out a grenade, forcing us to retreat, but not before we land a headshot on Menendez. Now we know how he got that blind eye. This is where the defending part of the jungle section of the mission starts. It's a great gameplay section where we move from cover to cover down until the beach. Using the newfound bear traps and Dragunov, we can place them down as we go, climb into tree houses and snipe the advances from the opposing force. Again, a great gameplay section that looks and feels great. We make it to the beach, carrying Woods the last of the way as the chopper sets down before us. It's Savimbi who saves us, but not before a pretty cool moment.
We got him, Mason.
I love this part. Woods still got it. Some great music to confuse us into that. Oh, and Hudson is fine, by the way. It only hit him in the shoulder. And that's the first mission over and done with. Celerium is the first mission that takes place in real time, 2025. We now have both the older weapons as well as the futuristic ones to choose from. I'll take this as an opportunity to talk about the class system. As I just said, in these sections that are flashbacks, you can use only the time-appropriate weapons. They always feel less accurate and not as powerful as the futuristic ones, which is appropriate. You can carry 2 weapons with 3 attachments each, 2 grenades and 3 perks. In the futuristic sections you'll see me using the millimeter scanner a lot. There's a great reason for this. It's overpowered. Seeing through walls is a great idea for a mission or two, but I caught myself looking through walls more than I should. Another mainstay you'll see is fast mags, an attachment that I think should be a mainstay for anyone. Fights slow down to a crawl when reloading. Fast mags fixes that to a degree. In the campaign there is also a perk for this, which speeds it up even further. Some weapons, including the one I'll be using for the mission and the special weapons like launchers, can't have attachments attached to them. Although the slots are called primary and secondary, I highly recommend using 2 primaries. The only reason why you would use something like a pistol is to have something to switch to, but you might as well switch to a submachine gun or assault rifle. Another thing you'll see me do a lot is using a sniper rifle as my secondary and a SMG or AR as my primary. Snipers are, coincidentally, also overpowered. So now let's move on from the create a class system and get into the second mission's opening cutscene. This one is pretty long, but it only really says this. America is in a second Cold War with, ready for this? China. Instead of a nuclear one, the powers want to be in control of the biggest drone army. But China has control over the rare earth minerals that are used in the technology. The mission opens up with a zoom into a jungle filled with soldiers. As we pan out, we realize we are actually on the face of a cliff, holding on with our nano gloves. Harper to our right. We have to find out what Menendez is hiding out there. As we swing from place to place, you get to take in the sights, and man, this is something else. It looks very good, especially the scale of the cliff face we're traversing. It rains and everything looks kind of slippery. Thunder striking every couple of seconds, and as you land you slide a couple of tense milliseconds. It really sets a great mood and feels AAA all the way. As we take the last swing we land on an overlook. Our teammates standing in wait, Crosby and, more important to the overall plot, Salazar. A tree is struck by lightning right next to us, falling onto the line you're attached to. The tension reaches a peak and the relative realism of the moment is lost. This was pretty cool until that happened. Some scenes can end without an explosion or accident. Call of Duty needs to learn this. We activate our wingsuits and glide towards the objective. The controls here suck. I had to go crazy on my mouse to be able to turn for some of these obstacles. It looks kind of cool though, so that's something. We land on a cliff and dock behind a log. this is when we are introduced to the invisible enemy of the game. They aren't really that invisible, so they don't really pose a real threat. Another missed opportunity, but I digress. We move through the jungle, killing any who stand in our way. This jungle looks great, almost certainly because of the effects seen. A storm with lightning and high amplitude winds, some nice rain effects on screen and bullet trails swooshing overhead. We stumble upon some ancient looking architecture mixed in with the high-tech structures of the military, a chopper taking off and a drone ready to be hacked. Fighting through the ruins, we come upon the entrance to an underground facility. This is what we were hoping to find. Blowing up the door and moving further down into the mountain, a white modern door stands out. Inside, the comms won't work, but there's no turning back now. There's an access kit special weapon here. It's our turn to be invisible. Moving through the facility, we'll come across a new enemy, an ASD, an AI robot on 2 tracks with high-power machine guns and a newfound love of mass murder. Too bad they died too fast. I mean, come on, Treyarch. Like 2 sniper bullets for a mini tank? I used my overpowered wall hack attachment a lot down here. The cramped corridors made it too easy, especially if you shoot people through walls. After clearing out a particularly large room, we hear a cough. There's someone hiding somewhere. Meet Eric Beringer, a magnetometrist. He happens to know how to access the secret tech, but with one condition: get him out of there alive. As this is happening, the enemy is back. We use the riot shield here. It kind of sucks. Unlike other Call of Duties, you can't shoot while holding it, so you can just reposition and place it down as a makeshift cover. Pretty useless, to be honest. After dealing with the opposition, we once again turn our attention to the prize and mission at hand. We go through the last door in our way. Inside we found the Celerium drive, a processing unit with the power to overpower even a military infrastructure. If used in a cyber attack, nothing could stop it. Our newfound Eric also mentions something else interesting: karma. Our conversation is rudely interrupted when Eric gets shot straight through the neck. Okay, so let's think about this. How in the world could this even happen? Multiple armed men surrounding a priority target, and still we are somehow sneaked up upon by an army of enemies. Although this was very predictable, I mean, come on, get me out of here alive? That's practically a death sentence. We fight our way back to the exit as we are greeted by the Admiral, Briggs.
Guess we can call this mission accomplished.
Admiral Briggs, good to see you.
You too, Sergeant.
Old Wounds is a bad mission in the scheme of things. There will be a lot of critique here, so be warned. We all know that one-off vehicle levels in games always suck, just like the dreaded water level. I sometimes wonder why they even put the effort in the first place to make drivable vehicles that won't be used in other modes. With that said, let's look at the intro cinematic. The intro tells us a lot about Menendez and his motives. As a boy, Menendez saw his people raped and murdered by Contras during the Cold War. His family lost everything during a huge earthquake, and only a year later, the only thing he ever loved, his sister Josefina, was crippled by a fire. They started over, but now as drug dealers. This made them both rich and powerful, and dangerous. The CIA took out Raul's father in an US-sanctioned assassination. Almost rightfully, he hated the US's guts, starting a private army running guns out of Afghanistan. The CIA got involved again in Kabul, and that's it for the intro. Old Wounds takes place in Afghanistan, bringing us to a wholly new environment, a desert. But it looks quite good for being so barren. Rocks and bushes breaking up the monotony of the empty desert landscape. We have conspired with the Chinese, trading weapons for a meeting with the Mujahideen, who supposedly know the location of one Raul Menendez. This is when we familiarize ourselves with the vehicle of this vehicle level, the horse. We ride with our newfound Chinese friends to the camp nearby, through canyons with bridges overhead, people watching us from afar. Riding through the gate of the camp, we see the shambles of an army set up in the ruins of a forgotten civilization. There is the trademarked Call of Duty amount of detail here. So much unnecessary stuff. People going about their day, patrolling and just kind of chilling. Looks pretty authentic actually. Dismounting our horses, we walk into a cave. We hear the voice of Hudson talking about the Russian attack that's going to happen soon. We meet with Raman, who is not happy to see that the weapon he wanted is in fact us. Discussing the plans turns sour when the attack hits. The Russians are here. We rush out to the horses and ride to one of the passages through into the alley. This is the first real action part of the mission. Alex Mason and gang fight through some of the ruins until we push the opposition back. Facing a tank, we use the rocket launcher on top of a rooftop of one of the ruins. This section had me dying a lot. There's a death lane in the middle, forcing us to take the left lane. A pretty good mission so far. Moving out of the ruins and back to our horses, we blow up one of the entryways to the valley. We mount and ride off again as we meet a tank. This is where the mission goes from okay to bad. The riding controls just aren't as well thought and accurate as the boots on the ground controls, making you feel sloppy and slow. The player fights numerous tanks and helicopters in the alley, heading to our allies' encampment. We get a heads up from Hudson. The Russians have taken a checkpoint in the east. Heading there we find more enemies and worst of all, more annoying helicopters. I say that because, well, they just aren't scary enough. When an attack helicopter turns its attention on you, you should cower in fear. I never did. They are, at most, an inconvenience. Retaking the checkpoint is also kind of annoying. Enemies are set up on ledges high up everywhere, making the advance a slog rather than an exciting part of the mission. We ride back to camp. The fight is won. Flashback to Woods. He tells us about David's father, Alex Mason, how Kravchenko manipulated him, put those numbers in his head.
Mason, better take a look.
This isn't over yet.
A huge tank with twin cannons followed by an army of Russians roll over the hills into the valley. An awesome moment. We ride in unison to our enemy, but it ends in the classic, underneath a fallen horse. A certain doom on the horizon, managing to get out at the last second, rolling out of the way of the Russian war machine. Woods comes to save the day. David jumps on the tank from the back of the horse. Out of the tank comes none other than Kravchenko. The numbers are back. One less giant Russian super tank, but one more crazy Russian mind doctor. In a fit of rage, we strangle the man. The numbers are back. Reznov is in our head.
Kravchenko must die.
This is a great scene if you have the context of the whole first game. Without that context, this is just kind of a cool moment. I love the visuals of the numbers here, with the background noise fading out. Nothing else matters. Kravchenko must die. A flashback. Nothing is really said here. Woods just going on about Alex Mason. Back in the cave, the Russian is tied up to a chair. He's working with Menendez, of course. The numbers are back. This scene is pretty cool though. Looking down, Alex cocks his gun, pointing it at Kravchenko. You have to resist. By pressing E, of course. He sells Menendez weapons and also tells us this. He has an inside guy in the CIA. Woods finishes the guy and the Mujahideen instantly turn on us. They were with Raoul the whole time, just wanting our help with the Russians. A wire appears from behind, strangling us. We have been conned. We wake up laying battered in the desert, our betrayers taunting us as they drive away. Guess who shows up to save the day? Reznov is not gone. The numbers are. Let's finally talk about what they could have fixed in this mission. It's very simple actually. Let's not try to make a one-off vehicular level, okay? It never turns out in any game, especially in first-person shooters. Now let's move on. Time and Fate is a backstory mission for Menendez and one of the best in the game. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. Once again, the mission starts off with David, Harper and Salazar. Section is boxing with Harper. Every time he gets hit, we see a short snippet of a flashback. We're back in the burning house as a kid. Using the anger and the power of our emotions, we overpower Harper. Back with Woods. We know Menendez was in Nicaragua. Manuel Noriega also wanted the man gone, having the whole police force with him. The CIA signs off on a deal to work with Noriega to kill or capture the target. Woods gets serious here for a second.
We don't target civilians.
A well done setup for what's to come. On a ledge overlooking what looks to be a fortress, Hudson and Noriega to our left. In front of us, Menendez. We cut back to a first-person view of our target, looking at himself in the mirror of a girl's room. Looking down into our hands, the golden heart. Looking right, a sleeping girl. But the tranquil moment is shattered when a knock echoes through the room. Opening the door in a rage, the messenger is shot. He has been made. We are restrained, but one of the guards goes past us, to Josefina. This is the first crazy rage moment we get to take part of, from the perspective of Menendez. Breaking free, he stabs the guard with scissors in the neck. Blood spraying on the walls. A gruesome death for a cruel person. A great moment, seeing the real power of the main antagonist and their motives, and most of all, if you push these motives. Raoul is sedated, and when we wake up outside of the house on a hill nearby, Noriega tells us he is our savior. Menendez's vision blurs, seeing red. Pushing our so-called savior to the ground, strangling and beating him, we hear Josefina in the distance. Our goal has been set. Save her. Picking up the shotgun, we start running down the hill. This is the first gameplay section part of the Time and Fate campaign mission, and it plays very differently to the ones seen before. There are no tactics or accuracy seen in the gunplay here, only the red, pulsating rage of Menendez. With unlimited ammo and seemingly unlimited amount of health, we rush down enemies with the shotgun. Images of Josefina flash on screen, houses burning around us. This is a truly powerful scene. We fight our way back to the house. As we barge into the hallway, we meet Woods, screaming our name. Hudson forces us into the wall. A grenade meant for us is instead thrown into Josefina's room. Cut to white. Woods tells us why he chucked that grenade out of pure rage, seeing his men tortured right in front of him, one after one. This is a great emotional scene. Woods lost his shit. Cut back to the scene of Raoul's capture. Back on the ledge with Hudson and Woods. This is a gameplay section with a lot of action, and probably in the top 3 of the entire game for me. Fighting our way back up the hill through the enemy-infested village feels really good. There's sufficient cover and the enemies have taken logical positions. On the way up we find Molotovs in an Axis kit. They're kind of useless unless you can lob with inhuman precision. Finally making it inside the fortress of a mansion, we walk out on a balcony. Menendez walking into a burning barn. Woods screaming his name in anger. Another Axis kit can be found here. This time it's throwable mortars. These also kinda suck, to be honest. Not much range and aiming grenades in this game is hard. Pass. We fight our way inside the inner courtyard. This is also a great arena, with snipers overhead and enemies everywhere. Great stuff. After clearing the area, Mason and Woods are tasked with clearing the basement, where the coke lab is, and gather any and all intel on the cartel. This underground section is fine. It looks pretty cool and plays well. Nothing new here. We make our way up again, now in another courtyard, and Woods is out for blood. He runs away from you, forcing us to follow him, taking out any possible hostiles on the way. Entering the house, we see the grenade being tossed from Mason's perspective, failing to stop him. As we wake, a black body bag is being taken away, what we thought to be Menendez. Back in the present, why did Menendez not kill Woods when he had the chance? This mission takes place in the future, in the hands of David Mason. The intro tells us about DeFalco, Menendez's right-hand man. Coincidentally, drones in the area have gone down, leading us to believe that Raoul and his men are using Celerium to make karma, hacking our drones. During this, Harper stirs something within section, almost like a sleeper agent, after uttering the words, "Come suffer with me." Flashing back to David sitting in the burning house again. Finally understanding. Menendez, not just some drifter, killed his father way back when.
What the hell's going on?
What the hell is going on, indeed. This all seems bigger and bigger by the second. There are some great moments here, shallow and not hard to predict at all, but still great. Like a Marvel movie, we know what we're in for. We are thrusted into a gunfight, starting the mission, water up to our knees, fire hailing down on us. Fighting our way through what looks to have been a mall. There is also a drone here that can be hacked for some easy dispatching of enemies. Outside onto the flooded street there is another access kit location, sending the drones up onto the roof, supporting us with suppressive fire. The street looks great. Some really nice looking lighting really sells this for me. But the water, however, let's just say that it slows you down, and limiting movement is never a good thing for a faster game like Call of Duty. Finally making our way through the enemies, we see a bus barreling down the street, right at us. A hectic set piece later, we find ourselves in the alleys. This is where a stealth section starts. This one just sucks, probably because of the horrible AI that can seemingly see you through walls. This part also moves way too slow for it to feel interactive. This mission could have been a high point in the game, but as it stands right now, this mission falls flat. Clearing the stealth section of the mission, we go down into a sewer. This is where another cutscene starts. We get intel on the location of men and blah 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 military speak. We zipline to the roof of the compound. There are some really nice visuals here, giving me a Metal Gear Solid vibe. Clearing the roof, the search for Menendez starts. Zooming in to listen to their conversation. This is another stealth section with an Assassin's Creed listening twist. This part sucks hard. Having to wait for stuff all the time just for some cinematic effect. A trailing mission, but somehow even slower. But at least it looks great. We acquire some great intel here, a location of where he will be. Continuing the stealth, moving across the rooftops, the two lose Menendez. Finding him inside of a train station, another piece of critical information is heard. A meeting on June 17th. Managing to get right underneath Menendez, he says this.
Not only am I aware of the infiltration, I engineered it.
A cool moment. Next is the escape from the compound. Using the drones, we power our way onto the courtyard, where we find a vehicle. This is when the driving part starts. After receiving no extraction, we have to get the heck out of here. This part looks pretty awesome, but it's immersion breaking to a fault. This just isn't even close to believable. Note that I don't say realistic. That's a whole other thing. But even in universe, this is not believable. Cutting between the drone and the car, we move throughout the city, making it to our extraction point. A surprisingly loud ending to what somber stealth we were just experiencing. Losing the drone, we drive into a fire, burning Harper sitting in the gunner position of the vehicle. But at the evac site, Chinese, not our people, greet us with guns pointed at our faces. Finding out they have similar interest, Raul Menendez that is, they stand down. A fade to black, and that's the 5th mission. Karma is probably my favorite mission in the campaign. It works as a heist mission, mixed with a bit of the dance club mission in Max Payne 3. Now that we're back in 2025, let's look at the opening cutscene. Decoding the message of the recorded conversation between Raul and DeFalco, we get the location. Colossus, a floating city full of rich people. And that's it for the cutscene, short but sweet. Walking through the security, you feel like an absolute badass, on a mission with an amazing soundtrack behind you. Great vibes here, some really cool visuals here all around. People walking around, futuristic architecture and classical music in the elevators. Going down the elevator, we part with Harper, leaving us alone with Salazar. We enter an under construction level of the hotel, where the first, and one of my personal favorites of all time, action sequence begins. Some great cover and close range fighting with the futuristic weapons is where Black Ops 2 really shines. But first, a little detour with Siggy, a spider-like drone that can walk on walls and such. The enemies are planting explosives all over. There's something really wrong here. We platform around with the help of Siggy until we find our target. Zapping him, we scan his eyes for use at doors. But we are spotted. This is where it really starts. Fighting through the construction, we are met with the Cuban militia, hired by the Colossus. There's an access kit here, making it possible to make out enemies in a crowd. By hacking into Colossus' central database, we search for the illustrious Karma, who turns out not to be a location or even a weapon, but a woman on the ship. We keep fighting our way through the area as the score kicks in. This is awesome as hell. Making it to an elevator, Mason and Salazar split up. One goes up, the other down. A new UI element pops up. It's the POV of Harper, convincing the woman that she is in grave danger. As David enters the club, a dubstep song kicks in, eerily similar to the one in Max Payne and probably very copyrighted. Visually, the club actually looks packed, something that not many games can achieve. It's actually a bit of a feature. You have to find a way through the crowd, because, of course, our target is in the middle of the dance floor. But Karma is found too late, and DeFalco is already on our tail, taking hostages to bring out the girl. Seeing what he is willing to do, Karma stands up, forcing us into an altercation, and a slow-mo one at that. Now, this is definitely a lot like Max Payne 3. To the beat of some hard dubstep, we make it out, patching into the security feed, seeing unknown forces landing in unmarked choppers and DeFalco with Karma. This next part is uncharacteristically edgy again. Just like the child soldiers earlier, we now see and hear civilians screaming in agony, and to be honest, it feels really off. It's okay to not go full Spec Ops The Line when it comes to Call of Duty. Call of Duty can have great messages in them. Just look at Modern Warfare. There's some actually deep and thoughtful stuff to ponder on there, but this just feels weird. It's hard to make a deep game about real issues when you also add the seemingly parody-like military fetishizing gameplay. I know that the people who made this game wanted to do both. A game for critics to, well, critique and casual players to enjoy. But this kind of hinders them both. Now that's off my chest, let's get back to it. We fight our way through the ship security to our help. Finally making it outside, we spot DeFalco. The hunt is on. This is a really fun part. Running through the foliage and the modern architecture, fighting any and all enemies that may be standing in our way to get to Karma. There is a quote-unquote boss fight here with DeFalco. I say that because, well, it's laughable. Stupid really. He's basically just another NPC. So that's Karma. We save our new coding and data expert, Karma. Suffer With Me is a pretty dense story mission. Well, at least for Call of Duty standards. It's a flashback mission, Woods and Alex Mason. The mission starts off with a flashback to Woods and David. He wants answers. Woods giving them. The dead don't suffer. That's why Woods and David Mason are alive, just as Menendez. He wants them to suffer. Death is a way out. So that's why. Suffer with him. It's a pretty deep way of handling it, but it loses its charm when you take everything that comes after it into account. Menendez is doing this for you, not the whole continental US, but you, the man whose father left him without a sister. Now is when it really sets in. You can look past everything and just see and understand that he's crazy, making him a pretty bad villain. Our next mission, a snatch and grab. Noriega is our target. Exiting an army vehicle, Woods walks to the house of a friend. Inside, two people are screaming at each other. A broken marriage, an idealistic neighborhood. A new angle for Black Ops 2. Things seem normal, past the panzer-plated American trucks out front of course. Meeting up with Mason and McKnight, we are giving the intel. We are to destroy his reputation and grab the target. And that's it. Walking out the front, some kids are writing in graffiti on one of the cars. Gringos, go home. Flashing back to the future. Wow, that's a sentence. Woods tells us that Hudson was a bit of a missing piece. Something was off. Back to the past. On a boat heading for land, signaling to Hudson after the planned bombing was pushed forward. He never responds. Woods and Mason sneak their way up to the beach, where the first real gameplay part of this mission starts. It's too bad the weapons used in the flashback mission feel so weak, because other than that, this mission delivers some of the best action in the entire game. Some nice architecture and well-placed enemies, except for the first battle, leaving a sore, bitter feeling bleeding into the rest of the mission, making this mission a great one if it wasn't for the weapons. We fight our way through the city, a hangar, and past Noriega's plane, ready for takeoff, during which Hudson finally respawns. Somehow he knows the exact location of the target, a motel nearby. A cutscene starts here. breaking into the room, taking out the target's guards. We see us, spreading clues as to what he has been doing, outlined earlier. He tells us,
This is not a deal. Call your boss.
in the most descending way imaginable. Again, we contact Hudson, another change of plans, a prisoner exchange. Woods reminds us of Kravchenko and what happened earlier in Afghanistan, aka the horse mission.
Even if there's people in the CIA.
Fucking Kravchenko. Remember what he said in Afghanistan?
Is it Hudson? We cut back to Woods, visibly upset, and more than usual. There's some heavy shit going on. On the streets again, we escort the precious cargo. There is the classic giving the prisoner a weapon scene here. But just as Mason is about to say something, Hudson calls again, demanding him to do what he wants. We fight through the city in a war zone filled with enemies. This is a great section. Some really straightforward, cover-to-cover, move-up style gameplay here. But as we breach one of the houses, we are treated to another flashback. And I'll say this is starting to piss me off at this point. So many cuts away really fucks with the pacing here. Everything is being explained down to the detail. It's okay to leave some stuff up for interpretation. Greeted to the sight of the wheelchaired man, Woods once again. David speaks out. The death of his father. The mystery is about to be revealed. All he wants to know is, did he at least die a man, a soldier, back in the building we just breached? The three men fight their way through some great close-range combat, but not before the sight of a dying nurse, interrupted by an enemy. The perfect time to make a run for it. Noriega runs off. With Noriega gone, we are treated to a bit of an urgency. A great way to speed up the combat, even further, and something Call of Duty should learn to utilize even more often. We have to save Noriega here. A nice way to show just how huge of a pissant he really is. Our moment with the target is rudely interrupted by a gunship strike. Now that's a way to end a boring conversation right there. Jumping to a nearby balcony, we are treated to some nice visuals. But not for long. We are at the checkpoint. Finally. Hudson calls again. But, again, he is cryptic. You have to trust me. His words you can't trust. But after a pretty pointless but okay flashback, we find Frank Woods standing in an elevator taking a sniper position. Of course, our comms are laggy. Moving on to the rooftop, we are told that by Hudson that Nexus target, the prisoner to be swapped, is in fact Menendez. This is when the score picks up. Something important is going to go down. A new objective pops up as we aim our sights on a man being dragged out onto the docks. A black bag over his head. We hear the voice of Kravchenko again. He even has people in the CIA.
End this now, Woods.
As we take the headshot, the screen fades to black. Woods walking with Noriega at our side to the dead man laying on the docks.
The fuck is going on? What's going on here? No. Mason!
A great twist, well set up with a lot of great emotion being relayed by the actors. Probably the best moment in the entire game right here. Woods turns his gun on Noriega, but not before being shot himself. A crippling shot to the knee. Menendez is here, of course. His signature spaz in hand. Another shot. The other knee is now gone. This is how he made his way into that wheelchair. As he knocks us out, we cut back to the present day. Woods breathing heavily with a frown on his face. David stumbling back in disbelief. We're back in what we thought was the burning building from before. Or maybe you didn't. Hudson strapped to a chair. Woods on the ground with crippled legs, and David beside his dead father. Faced with a choice, someone else has to die. Hudson stands up. Menendez takes him out with the heart-shaped golden locket. Now we finally get the whole picture. The score picks up again and we see the two broken men once again. The whole picture is out.
Well, times have changed, old man. He's going down.
And
that's another great mission over and done with. This one is one of a few that I remember after all of these years not playing. That scene with the sniper is such a great moment. This mission takes place in the future, 2025. Achilles Veil's opening shows us what looks to be plans for a cyber attack. Karma managed to somehow get them. New York, DC, the Pentagon. It goes on. The whole US and China is marked. June 19th, Freedom Day, the abolition of slavery. Tomorrow, a cyber attack. We have to make a move on Menendez, now. We are thrusted into a new character, an undercover agent named Farid. We hear from Harper, no matter what happens, we can't blow our cover. This is when we walk up to Menendez sitting in a chair in front of a fire. This is what can be seen in the opening cinematic to the campaign. He knows her name. He knows there is a traitor among us. Raul Menendez shows us another side of himself here. He seems almost nervous. Some really great acting from the main villain. The music kicks in as he throws the doors open, walking past his guards. We merge to a crowd of people. The invasion has started. A new enemy type is introduced here, the drones. They don't really pose a real threat and are easily taken care of using any weapon, although they definitely look cool and feel great to shoot down. So, a bit of a mixed bag. Our objective is simple. We are to regroup with Menendez at the Citadel, whatever that is. This is where the first real fight of the mission starts. Fighting our way through the streets of the city. Honestly, a great section of gameplay. This entire mission feels rushed, and not in the bad development kind of way though. It feels urgent, rushing from checkpoint to checkpoint, enemies standing in our way, fast and challenging. Farid, finally making his way to Menendez, sees him just standing out in the street, reaching out for our hand, a rocket launcher in the other.
American blood on your hands, Farid.
A great line. It feels like he knows that you are, in fact, the traitor. As Harper signals us, Raul picks up his launcher, aiming it at a US aircraft, firing. When he fires, Harper screams in agony. None other than Harper is being dragged out of the wreckage, screaming, not giving up. Menendez, wanting to get information of who in fact the traitor is, gives you the job of executing the American, but not before aiming at Farid first. This is the first real obvious choice in the game, and I'll talk about the consequences later of this said choice. I chose to kill him and remain undercover. This leads to a pretty dark moment, the head of our team flailing lifeless. The moment is soon abruptly stopped though, as usual, by an explosion. Salazar and David Mason are here. Changing characters, we are tasked yet again to go after the main man himself. A new weapon is handed to us here. The drones we fought against earlier in the mission can now be sent to enemy locations. We fight our way through the street. Another classic flank through the building to take out the gunner at the top type of fight can be found here, and a pretty good one at that. Making it to what looks like a cliff face, we can almost see a castle-like structure on the other side of a bridge, lined with the opposing forces. We rush our way to the top of the mountain. Menendez, sitting in an escape vehicle, hands crossed, almost ready to be captured. With a weird expression on his face, Raul Menendez says this.
Thank you, David. Help me seek a newer world.
A cryptic message with no real meaning. I love the way he says David though. Fade to black. Mission over. Overall, another top 3 mission right here. Some great and responsive combat with no stupid gimmicks such as with the water slowing us down or horses speeding us up. Only real, pure gameplay without any annoying flashbacks. Great stuff. The US is ready for an all-out war with China and Russia at this point of the game. We get some backstory on Briggs, our captain, but before long we are once again treated to the sight of Menendez, now in an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs. Facing the Secretary of State, he says some cryptic, evil villain stuff.
For those souls who have toiled and wrought and thought with me, some work of noble note may yet be done. Get this cocksucker off my flight deck.
Cut to an interrogation room. Salazar standing over Raul Menendez. We won't talk to anyone except David Mason. Section enters the room. A bloodied Menendez sitting in front of him. A new song. A guitar can be heard.
as Menendez speaks of his past.
An American torched the warehouse. For insurance money, $11,000. That was the value they placed on her life. She was the reason for me to live. What about you, David? What drives you? Is it me? Einstein once said that the economic anarchy of capitalism is the real source of evil. Your father and his people took Josefina from me. Pues, tu papá está muerto. Your father is dead. And his people. Finished.
Another great moment with Menendez. At the same time, a transmission from Briggs shows up on our heads-up display. Hundreds of drones heading for the ship Obama, the ship we and our golden boy Menendez are on. We storm out of the room, warning the first man we can find, only for him to be shot. As we turn around, the harrowing sight of Menendez holding a gun to our squadmate's head. How? David puts on the handcuffs in an effort to save his friend, and then get knocked out, waking up to the ship shaking. Explosions can be heard. We have Salazar to our rescue. The ship has been boarded, but all we can think about is who is the inside man. Another great inside close quarters section starts here. Salazar and Mason shooting their way through the insides of a carrier. As for the visuals, the insides of the Obama look fine. Nothing we haven't seen before. Techie and modern meet with death and destruction. But the outside, however, well, let's just say it looks epic. Some of the vistas are straight out of a set-piece cutscene, half-sunken warships and drones. Our objective is simple: make it to the bridge to use the terminal in order to find Menendez. But it's locked down, so the security room it is. We need to find Menendez. On the way down to the security room, there's a sniper rifle leaning against the wall. Picking it up starts a little side objective. These can be found scattered around in a lot of missions, this being probably the most obvious one: sniping approaching enemies to help your mates down on the deck of the ship. A little side thing that kind of breaks the monotony of spraying down people in short-range gunfights. Good stuff. Fighting deeper down into the ship, David and Salazar finally makes it to the server room as we lose contact with Admiral Briggs. We have to find Menendez. Looking at the security feed, we see Briggs restarting the system. Menendez, who is standing right outside, can now just waltz right in. Fade to black as the perspective is shifted to that of Menendez, standing outside the very room where Briggs is in. Gun to his head, we take control of the room. Salazar turning on everyone. It was him all along. We are tasked with killing or wounding the man. A weird choice, as we are in the mind of the villain. Why would you ever kill Briggs? Like, seriously, why would you kill one of the good people? Unless you're trying to get a bad ending, this really never makes any sense. Truly just a wasted choice. He hacks the system. It's all Raul's now. All of the drones. Cutting back to section. We see the same thing but in the security camps. We make it to Briggs, the virus-filled system. Karma, though, has a way of tracking down the transition. Our only real hope. Salazar has surrendered, and Mason confronts him.
Today is a difficult day, Section. But tomorrow, we all win.
He too speaks in riddles, something he probably learned from Menendez. We take the huge plane lift onto the deck, the last fight of the mission and a pretty annoying one at that. Enemies everywhere and at long ranges makes this one extra bad. Slow and steady is the only real way to progress, and that's pretty boring. As we are extracted, David Mason realizes what Menendez is up to. The hacked drones are to be sent to some of the biggest cities and do whatever killer drones do. And that's it for the 9th mission of the game. Cordis Die is one of my least favorite missions in the entire game. It serves as the all-out war level of Black Ops 2 and succeeds with showing us the chaos, but nothing more. A level filled with systems that are never used again. Underdeveloped is probably the word I'm looking for.
The missions open up to the US president trying to convince the Chinese head of state that the drones headed to their soil are, in fact, not there by Madam President choice, but that of Menendez. Sitting in some kind of aircraft, the drones deviate from their original course, instead setting sail for Los Angeles, where David Mason and the president are located. After being promptly shot out of the sky, the aforementioned people are driven through the city, trying to make it to the safe zone. Only one small problem. It's in the center of the kill zone, downtown LA. There's a pretty badly wounded guy across from us. A classic horrific sight in the worst kind of way. Why fuck up the theming so much all the time? 1 second we are full-on superheroes, and now we're doing our best to keep a fellow human alive, bleeding profusely, screaming in anguish. In a slow-mo set piece we are shot down once again, leading into the first gameplay section, although a short one. You have to jump into a suspended army vehicle with a mounted gun. You can lock onto drones to shoot them down. Pretty typical stuff. After this we are introduced to a new character for some ungodly reason. Anderson, a female pilot helping us from the sky. I say ungodly because, well, let's face it, it's too late in the game to introduce a new character we are supposed to care about this late into the game. A choice follows: snipe from afar or rappel down to go close range. I chose to snipe in my latest playthrough, the one I'm walking you through right now. This is where you get to use one of the coolest pieces of equipment there is in this game, the charged sniper rifle that lets you shoot through walls. A pretty fun to use weapon, if not totally overpowered, but in a fun way. And we are nearing the end, so it's okay. We defend the president as she and a couple of army men make it to the truck that we also have to make it to. But not before falling off a 20-meter high bridge and surviving without a scratch. We drive into another car section, but as backup finally arrives, we get hit again. Why? How are we alive here? This sucks. I know that Call of Duty isn't trying to seem realistic, but this is just one coincidence too many. Not that the truck is there, that could have been planned, but that we're knocked unconscious so many times. Find another bridge in your story, please, Treyarch. Mason wakes up to the sight of Anderson being hit, but she is fine. A long on-foot section begins here, fighting our way through the streets of LA. Lots of enemies, including a new one, a tank-like four-legged robot. It actually takes a considerable amount of shot to kill these, a good thing. But they have a hard time shooting you. We are interrupted by a literal building falling on top of us. A beautiful set piece to be sure, but the fact that we go unconscious again here just disappoints me. This is just lazy writing at this point. David wakes up once again. Fire, the sound of sirens. Anderson laying outside of the jet. We of course enter it, to in turn enter a flying section, where we have to protect the ambulance that Anderson is in. The controls are really awkward here. The president also joins in as the vehicle section goes on. We then fly higher. Now, in a full fighter pilot airfight, we shoot down everything from the smallest of drones to full-on bomber planes. This just feels ridiculous. Full-on stupid. No more logic here. This is just a Marvel movie now. We parachute out, knocking into buildings. Next up is the final mission of the game. Here we are, the final campaign mission. It's been one hell of a ride, and one we have been knocked in and out of a lot for some reason. So, without further ado, let's look at the last intro cutscene. The president gets informed Menendez wanted to be captured to infect the network, to hijack the drones. The signal has been traced to Haiti, our last hope to stop the incoming tragedy. We have mere minutes to shut down the operation. We are shown the sight of drones lining the sky of a city. Fade to black. A depressing song starts playing as we are teleported to the perspective of David's section Mason. We are to jump down from a plane, a wingsuit on our back. The mission is simple. Kill or capture the terrorist, Raul Menendez once and for all. This is when we are, of course, shut down.
forced to jump out, a gameplay section starts, where you have to dodge incoming missiles and debris. The music and overall ridiculousness makes this feel like an all-out superhero movie. So crazy loud and so many things on your screen. As we land, we are met by the enemy, and a lot of them at that. This is one of the biggest and longest battles of the entire game, and a pretty good one. Our objective is to destroy the AA cannons on the roof, shooting down our fellow comrades. Finally making it inside, the mission gets better, mainly because I enjoy the CQC parts of the game's combat. Less slow and methodical, and more fast and twitchy. David and his men fight their way into the main control room, a large room, walls lined with monitors. Finally making it to the main console, a broadcast starts playing on the big screens. Menendez's huge face in the middle of the frame. He speaks of the things he's done.
Opulence is sinful, and we all pay for it. Los Angeles was the flagship of their absurd materialism, so I destroyed it.
I'm locked out. Can you hack into the system?
They thought I wanted to kill the president.
We're fucked.
Doña Presidente, I could have buried you 1,000,000 times over. No. I wanted you to see it. To feel what it's like.
The drones are being controlled from Haiti.
What?
Sir, there's nothing more we can do.
Today,
We cannot regain access to the drones.
2 billion people exist in abject misery, tyrannized by war.
He's ready to strike New York. Gonna stop it?
Doña Presidente,
What the fuck?
your war machines are
He self-destructed the drones.
your military
Why?
is crippled. You cannot stop us now. Cordis Die. Rise and strike while they are down. Strike now and strike.
Did he just want chaos all along, crippling the US? Turning our attention to one of the bodies of our own, explodes. It's not over for David. As the alarm starts blaring, we are informed about the explosions all across the facility, although we can definitely hear them. This is where a great, maybe even the greatest combat section of the game starts. Getting out of the facility. Once again, close quarters combat, but this time without any allies. I won't talk about it that much because, well, it's great. We are brutally interrupted though by the literal floor caving in under us, leaving us with the sight of Menendez, smiling at us. A pretty cool slow-mo set piece follows, ending with us stabbing the target. We finally have him. Again, Menendez is in our grasp at last. A brutal scene with some great accompanying music and fittingly gruesome graphics for once. David's section Mason is now faced with the hardest choice he will ever face. Kill the man who ultimately killed his father and his friends, but at the same time making him a martyr for Cordis Die. Or to end the cycle of violence, taking in the man alive. For me, the choice was simple. End the cycle. And this follows. A heroic tune starts. The sight of death and destruction in front of us. He starts speaking in riddles.
I will see you 1 year from now. Study Ulysses. Be ready.
But Mason kicks back with the phrase.
No. He's just a sad old man talking to himself. Let him talk.
He's just a sad old man. A fitting end for the character. As he gets taken away, the screen fades to black.
Then, cutting to another place. A year later, the drones are still under his control. The network is still under his control. Cut to a scene of a prison. Menendez breaks out to kill one last man. Woods. We're introduced to one last plot twist. Josefina survived the fire. Menendez is still out there. The cycle of death continues.
Cordis Die.
So I obviously got one of the bad endings, and I'll speak about why next. But first, let's look at the worst part of the campaign, and the one thing I hope to get over with quickly. The strike missions. You might have noticed, or not, that I haven't really spoken about these strike missions. There are great reasons for that. The greatest being the fact that they suck. Like, they're really bad, laughably so. But because I intend to talk about the endings, something that these strike missions affect, I kind of have to explain at least a little bit about what they are and how they work. Strike missions are shorter side objectives with the twist of actually affecting the story somewhat. This is what makes them ultimately so bad. They are required to some extent. So let's talk about the gameplay. To be as brief as possible, it sucks. All the time, all the way around. Taking place on one of the many multiplayer maps, the player is given a simple task to complete. Defend this, secure that. For some reason, they thought that making an FPS with its main attraction being, well, into a real-time strategy game. It doesn't work. At all. It feels unresponsive, slow and boring, the exact opposite of what we are used to. There are 6 missions in total, counting the tutorial. They all suck. No exceptions. Filler is what it is. Another reason they differ vastly from the other campaign missions is the fact that they cannot be replayed indefinitely. In fact, they cannot be replayed at all. This means that if you're going for a certain ending, you cannot reload and try again. Now that we know just a tiny bit about how they work and, well, why they are so goddamn awful, let's look at the endings and choices I did and didn't make along the way. Black Ops 2 is the first Call of Duty game with multiple endings, but more importantly, it has choices that can be made along the way. Some of these are more obvious than others. Like the last one, for example. It's as obvious as it gets. Kill or capture. But there are also almost hidden choices. These can look like the ones seen when driving Harper. You can actually avoid the flames that burn his face. Something that I didn't think was possible. First, I want to warn you that I won't be talking about every ending in detail. That pretty much requires a playthrough for each, because there are so many small choices. I mean, just look at this map. So, before I start talking about some of the outcomes to some of the choices, let's figure out what ending is the canon one. Well, Treyarch made a short video before the launch of Black Ops 3, the story so far, or whatever it's called. The piece of info we can extract from that is this. Menendez is dead. Killed by Mason in the last mission. This narrows it down a lot, but there are more than one ending in which this happens. So, depending on how dark you want the story to be, there are a couple of different endings. But this also sadly means that the ending that has our main man Jimmy Kimmel isn't canon. That sucks. My favorite one that is left then is the ending with Alex Mason and Woods surviving. On the other hand, it also has the world falling into anarchy and burning down the White House. And before you call the FBI, I know it sounds psychotic, but to be honest, it's the best of a bunch of dark ones. At least we have the father and son reunion. But why didn't I get this ending? Well, first of all, I killed Alex Mason instead of shooting him twice, only wounding him severely. Now, let's take a look at a smaller choice, and a strike mission one at that. I'll keep it simple. A Chinese man, Cao, dies or lives. If he lives, the game continues on. But we now have bad relations with China. If he dies, our relations with China will improve, making them allies for future missions. A way this can be seen later on is when we are on board the USS Obama. if our relations are good with China, the Chinese will send drones to our help. I figured this video will be long enough without me going through all the endings and choices that would make them. So I'll just save you from that. If that's something you are interested in, I'd take a hard look at the Call of Duty wiki, which has been a huge help during the writing of this very script. So here we are, the end. Standing in at about 9 hours for a complete playthrough, the game is not short, but also not very long. Were those 9 hours good? Yeah, or at least entertaining. And to be honest, I think that's what a great Call of Duty campaign is for. A prelude and taste of the gameplay scenarios to prepare you for the other, more content-filled and thought-out parts of the game. But I also know that Call of Duty can and wants to be better than this. I see the attempts at making some serious political statements, showing us horrific things. But just when things get interesting, they all fall flat. We see the child soldiers in one mission. For a couple of seconds they are the center of attention, but just mere seconds later they leave our mind. Nothing more than a gimmick. A sad and dark gimmick to be sure, and one that leaves no real impact on us. Later on in that very same mission we are shown Woods, a dying, almost zombie-like husk of a human, sitting in a bloodbath of his own men. This is actually a really graphic sight that we are forced to pay attention to, looking for our friend. This feels out of place. Nothing rivals this later on, and nothing ever has before, except for maybe the man's hand on the burning window. Before we move on to the multiplayer, let's take a little look back at the worst and best missions one by one, and assess their strengths and weaknesses. I'll be brief, so don't worry. Multiplayer is up next. The worst mission in the game is Old Wounds, aka the horse mission. There are many reasons for this, but the most obvious and probably the largest one is the way it plays, specifically the movement. The horse is just not as smooth and precise as boots on the ground are. That and the fact that we fight and win against multiple tanks and heavily armored attack helicopters is just ridiculous. Shitty stuff all around. The few story moments remain unexplained, and Kravchenko being here is just weird. On the other side of the coin, a great mission, at least in terms of gameplay, is Achilles Veil. There are some really awesome gunfights to be had here. Long, grueling fights in great places. Black Ops 2 really shine in these kinds of fights. Some amount of chaos and randomness, but no annoying long-range snipers and enemies hiding behind every corner. Truly a peak for the game and probably the last great level in the Black Ops series in terms of raw gameplay. And finally, the story overall. Let me be frank here, it's just forgettable, weird and kind of meaningless. With that said, there are some definite good moments, but they are only good because of the actors playing the characters in the stories, not the actual stories. So lastly, the overall short, concise review is as follows. Call of Duty Black Ops 2's campaign tries to be serious, but turns out to be sarcastically, unconditionally and stereotypically American. China, Russia and counter-terrorism. Not very original, actually not at all, but an entertaining 7 to 9 hour journey in and out of consciousness nonetheless. The reason Black Ops 2 is in contention for top 3 Call of Duties of all time is because of its multiplayer. It made the Pick 10 system a mainstay for future games. The system that has balanced the game in many ways. It was the start to many careers in the content creator sector. Call of Duty became the biggest game, alongside the likes of Minecraft, in the gaming side of YouTube. A trendsetter. A true evolution of the formula and a really fun and skillful multiplayer mode for anyone that is a fan of first-person shooters. I vividly remember being excited every day getting home from school at the thought of playing the game, thinking up strategies in my head for new ways to camp on Hijacked. Black Ops 2 in my mind all the time. I tend to do this when I play something a lot, even now. I think of what I should build next on my latest Minecraft save, smoke strats on CSGO's Mirage and cool combos in Melee. The game gave way to a handful of Call of Duty content creators. A few notable ones are the entire FaZe clan, now a huge brand with its fingers in many pockets throughout all of gaming. Allié's gameplay-centered commentaries, Drifter with his informational and in-depth analyses of the various gameplay systems, and take a look at Vanos. I used to love those old videos, including the stupid rainbow thumbnails. He always seemed to use the Black Ops 2 engine in such creative ways. The fact is that Black Ops 2 markets itself, a truly magical thing. A game that everyone and anyone can gather around and love. Every single Call of Duty community could thrive in this game. If you like tryharding with a submachine gun in Hardpoint, or just to have fun in the party modes or the custom games. The birth of Call of Duty sniping was revolutionized here. It hit a peak that has never been surpassed before, and also never after. I'm going to put myself out there right now. I was in such a clan in Black Ops 2. I bottom frag sniped in this clan and we made montages. That's multiple montages, centered around our bottom of the barrel quickscopes and 720 NAC insta-swap trick shots on bots after trying for hours. This engine is just something else. I have been trying to play the multiplayer mode now, 10 years after its release here in current year, and as of writing the script, a miracle struck yesterday, late at night. I got a lobby, and I played for about an hour uninterrupted and without hackers. Even with the 100 ping, it was honestly just magical. After all of these years, opening the scoreboard, seeing the very same name tag that I used on the PlayStation 3. I even had the classic Call of Duty cool guy in my lobby, writing obscenities in the chat after losing, while camping in the orange house on Nuketown. Man, I've missed this. Call of Duty wouldn't be as addictive as it is without its progression systems. It's the reason we keep playing after this gameplay stops satisfying us. The reason we play after experiencing every map and every mode to its fullest. Seeing a player at max prestige, that's a player who leveled up to level 55 10 whole times, is actually kind of scary. I actually only reached the 9th prestige in my years playing the online game mode, probably because I didn't want to reset my progress at some point. I just wanted to play the game with the things I'd unlocked, but years later, a couple of weeks before the launch of the next game in the Call of Duty Black Ops series, Black Ops 3, I tried to finally reach max prestige, but I never made it. A single prestige left. Well, I guess that's just life. Enough rambling. Let's look at the progression systems in the game. As said before, the game has 55 levels and 10 additional prestiges, the 11th one being the Master Prestige. After reaching the 4th level, you can start making your own classes through the Create a Class system and the at the time completely new Pick 10 system. Every level you reach will grant you a unlock token, the way to unlock weapons, equipment, perks and Scorestreaks through the Create a Class system. It's very balanced, making the Pick 10 system a mainstay for future Call of Duties. I'll talk more about the guns and perks later, but just keep this in mind. The weapons themselves can also be leveled up in two different ways. The first is the more obvious and impactful one, leveling the guns level up. This is how you unlock equipable attachments. To level up one's gun, you simply kill people with it. The other, some would even dare say, the more important way to level up your gun are the skins. The skins can be unlocked by completing a handful of challenges for said weapon, always starting with the same for its class. For example, with a sniper, your first challenge is to get one-shot kills, a pretty self-explanatory one to be fair. These make for an excellent way to keep you playing, giving you a golden skin to show off to your friends. If you're able to get all weapons to the gold camo in a class of weapons, you will unlock the diamond camo for said guns, the ultimate flex. This is the biggest section of the multiplayer part of the video. I will be speaking about every single map. Some of them deserve an in-depth look, while others will be summarized in short. I played every single game mode on every single map at least once for this video. I'll first explain as briefly as I can what these modes are. Let's look at the categories of modes first. Here are 5 categories of modes on the PC version of Black Ops 2, starting off with Core. This is the biggest and most used, and the one I've played the most, by far. The second is Hardcore, featuring a couple of the core game modes but now with limited HUD elements, friendly fire and a significantly faster time to kill. The third category is Combat Training, a beginner-friendly game type for players under level 10 or over, but then with limited XP gain. The fourth is called Party Games, the category for players ready to party and get loosey-goosey in the house, featuring game modes such as Gun Game and Sharpshooter. The last is a special game mode for the people who leave every match that isn't Nuketown or Hijacked. Nukeyacked, a compilation of game modes on the 2 smallest and therefore most action-packed maps. The biggest category is of course Core, which features the following modes. Team Deathmatch, the classic game mode and sadly the only one you can find you a match now in current year. 2 teams with up to 6 players each brawl it out first to 75 kills. Simple and fun on every map. Multi-Team is a mishmash of game modes from the category, but instead of 2 teams we have 3, with 3 players each. A fun but ultimately kind of useless game mode. Mercenary Mosh Pit is a compilation of the core modes, for the people who can't choose which one to play. Free For All is the ultimate lone wolf game mode, 4 to 8 players, every man for himself, in a match for first to 30 kills. Domination was my favorite game mode when I played back in the day. Team Deathmatch, but with 3 capture points. Spawning at 1 point each, the teams fight for each other's points and essential points. Ground War is just Team Deathmatch and Domination, but with more players, up to 18. That's 9 per team. Demolition. Teams alternate between defending and attacking 2 bomb sites. Win by defending for long enough, or if you're on the attacking team, blowing up the bomb sites to hell. Kill Confirmed is a lot like Team Deathmatch in the way that you have to kill enemies on the other team. The twist being you have to pick up their dog tag to earn points for your team. One of my absolute favorites. Hardpoint. 2 teams fight for the control of the hardpoint, a moving point on the map. This is a new game mode and now a mainstay for future Call of Duties. It's also one I didn't really play a lot back in the day. Headquarters is a lot like Hardpoint, except when your team holds the point, you can't respawn. Simple and fun twist on the Hardpoint formula. Capture the Flag is what it sounds like. Capture the flag and take it to your base. It's fun and hectic. Running and dolphin diving into the base is a feeling unmatched to this very day. Awesome. Search and Destroy is the most try-hard and, in my opinion, the most competitive game mode in Black Ops 2. 2 teams of 6 players each are tasked with defending or attacking 2 bomb sites. The reason this is different from the Demolition game mode is simple but very meaningful. No respawns. If you have ever played CS, this is just that, but without the money system, replaced by the class system. An awesome game mode for the more serious and competitive players. Or if you want to trickshot your opponents. As I said before, the hardcore game modes are just like the core ones, with less overall modes, with no HUD, friendly fire and less health. It's a fun twist to play every so often, a mainstay in the Call of Duty franchise for a reason. Skipping boot camp, let's look at the party modes. Gun game. Starting with a pistol, you fight your way up the chain of weapons until you reach the ballistic knife. This means you have to be relatively familiar with every type of weapon, meaning only the truly great players can dominate this game mode. If you get knife, you go back a weapon. A really fun game mode, and probably the most played by me in the party section. Sticks and Stones. The player is given a crossbow, ballistic knife and combat axe to fight for the most kills in a free-for-all type game. The twist being that if you're hit with a combat axe, a hard-to-hit, slow-traveling throwable piece of equipment, you get put back down to 0 points. This is a very stressful, yet very fun mechanic. Try not to get hit by the combat axe while getting kills with the other weapons. One of the best party games in my opinion. One in the chamber. 1 bullet in the chamber, a knife, 3 lives and instant kills. Players receive a bullet after each kill, a fun but ultimately worse version of Sticks and Stones. Sharpshooter is a gun game type mode, but with a twist. Instead of getting a new weapon upon killing an enemy, the weapons are changed on a rotation every 45 seconds. The second twist is the perks. Upon kills you receive 3 different perks, and the 4th kill grants you double XP. Death removes all perks. And there we go. That's every game mode. Next up is maps. Starting with the free and included maps in order of their greatness. And I say that lightly. These maps are almost all great. Only some of them stand out as extra superb or super mediocre. The middling ones are really hard to rank is what I'm trying to say. So keep that in mind before commenting that Drone is in fact better than Plaza, you stupid dog of a man. Starting off with Raid. Raid is among the greatest maps in Call of Duty history. Solidly in the top 3, among the likes of something like Nuketown. It's a classic 3-lane map, meaning the map is split up into 3 lanes, 2 outer, less populated and less dangerous parts, and 1 dangerous action-filled middle part. The map is laid out in a way so that you can always flank quite easily on one of the lanes if that's your thing, or if you're an action-seeking god gamer you will probably go in the middle. A classic and proven formula that I will speak of a lot in the maps part of the section of the video. Graphics wise, this map is a high-tech mansion, one of the teams spawning in the garden while the other, the garage, filled with supercars. It looks great honestly. Some of the notable locations include the middle, a long-range encounter for the best of snipers, 2 open spaces fighting for the covered middle garden. On one of the outer lanes, a very fecal looking piece of modern art is the ground to another dual overlook location. Fighting around the art is a great place for mid to short range engagements with a shotgun or submachine gun. Lastly, let's look at the pool. A house overlooks this, a perfect place for a sniper to camp to hold down this part of the map. Overall, a perfect map. I have no bad things to say about it. Every camping spot has an alternate route, every power position is vulnerable, and the spawns are great. Standoff is another top 3 contender in the running for best of all time, but amazingly not really a 3-lane map. With one central hotel, the best location to be in terms of controlling the map, you always have a goal to work towards. The only real criticism of the previous map is this, the lack of a central goal to constantly work towards. Standoff is also a very special map in the way that the middle part of the map manages to be an L, the shape of an L that is. Depending on how you look at it, the map is overlooked by 4 different high grounds, making the most dangerous part of the map a death alley of sorts. Graphically, the map is very interesting. A homey feeling farm town in Kyrgyzstan. There is a tank in the center of the map, right next to a tractor, surrounded by rolling hills. A central tower that has been hit by some kind of weapon, a gas station and a couple of houses. Really good looking, to be honest. The central statue with the tank is probably one of the most iconic parts of the whole multiplayer mode, and that says a lot about this map. Hijacked is the new small dual house Nuketown tag map in Black Ops 2. It's a 3-lane map with 1 or 2 extra lanes, depending on if you count one on the outside of the ship and another underneath it. The 3 more standard lanes are all filled with gunfights, so if you're looking for a more chill experience, you should probably 1. Leave the game and never come back, and 2. Go underground and try to flank. That being said, this is the most action-packed map except Nuketown in the entirety of the entire game. In terms of graphics, this is a good-looking modern map. A modern, rich-looking cruise ship with great visibility, varied texture work and great detailing. Some notable locations include the 2 raised house-type locations, in one of which the infamous worm camped. A classic Black Ops 2 YouTube video of a player camping in the most advanced way ever. Shotgun in hand and riot shield in front of him. The worm gets a lot of kills by camping. Another great and well-known location is the middle house and the pool, the most action-packed part of the map. Great engagements take place here. The only real complaint about the map is that the spawns can be a little bit too predictable, players only really spawning on the 2 ends of the ship. Express is the first map on the list with a gimmick, being that the train comes once in a while to ruin your day, close off a couple of locations from access, or simply limit an engagement. That being said, it's mostly useless, being very unpredictable and not really doing anything. It could have been used in creative ways, but is ultimately just a gimmick. I'll stop being so critical of a simple gimmick now. It's still one of the best maps in the game. Express is a 3-lane map, one of the lanes being a lot wider than the others, the one with the true trains. One of the trains is always parked, making for a great close quarters engagement. The other 2 lanes can be found inside the station, and doesn't see nearly as much action as the train yard does. 2 raised walkways are placed on each end of the map, which serve as the 2 camping spots of the map, along with the one in the center of the map, the ultimate camping spot, seeing almost the entirety of the outside lane. The map looks graphically great. High tech and modern architecture make it easy to spot enemies lining the white walls. All in all, it looks great. Some notable locations include the area surrounding the central camping spot overlooking the trains. Chucking nades in there is something you'll get used to after a while. Overall, this map is great, let down by being just a tad bit too large and an ultimately useless gimmick in the train feature. Slums is a flat and very simple map. It's small and close range. There are only really 2 lanes, with a huge open space in the middle. Connections all over. If you have a sniper rifle, you'll have to stick to one of the outer lanes. This is not really a sniper map though. I'd actually recommend if you pick up a SMG or even a shotgun. The map takes place in, well, the slums of Panama City, featuring colorful houses and lots of greenery. Some notable locations include the statue in mid and the house next to him, a dream place to camp. Plaza is a really fun map, with the best single lane in any 3-lane map I've ever played. The middle lane is very open and dangerous. The inside one is actually quite bad, but the outside one being one of my favorites of all time. It's a simple house in the middle, dividing the lane into 2 smaller ones. One of them has a sniper lookout, the other one a store. A really well-made map. Notable locations include the outer lane, the middle of the middle lane, and the dance club. Honestly, a really solid and very fun map to play all around. Simply let down by not being as small as the others. Some dead space can be found far back and the inside lane is boring. Graphically, the map takes place at night. Modern white buildings surrounding us and a beautiful view. All around, a great map. Carrier is to many their favorite map. It's the biggest aim_score map I've ever played. The middle of the ship just being a huge open no man's land with very limited obstructions. It's an iconic map to say the least, probably because of its trickshotters. Why do I say that? Well, no shot is cooler than a Suicide Knack 720 insta-swap for the map from underneath. People tryharding to 29 kills to then switch to their trickshotting class with a tactical insertion and a DSR 50. The map looks really cool. A carrier with blown up and burning fighter planes, open seas all around. Very grey though. The no man's land in the middle of the map is probably the most iconic place in the entire map. The crashed chopper in the middle of it. A really great and truly special map. Drone is a great map for just about every mode. Fun engagements to be found everywhere. Every lane in this 3-lane map has a purpose. The middle one being a death zone, the inside one being a close-range battleground, and the outer one being a flank lane, filled with corners to sneak around. Taking place in a jungle, the map has weird and bad visibility though. That and the fact that it's just a tad bit too big and has a couple too many doors and hiding spots make this a very middle of the pack map. Definitely a good map, just not S tier. Meltdown is a 3-lane map with the dual houses setup, the middle being a death zone overlooked by the 2. It's nothing special, but earns my love for being a 2-house setup, one of my favorite layouts. Perfect for sniper duels. The visuals are also really good, above all else really cool looking. Great map for just about any game mode. The map is especially good for search and destroy, placing one of the plant locations inside the silo of a nuclear facility. Yemen is a city with too many houses that can be entered. It's as simple as that. A big map with multiple easy to defend camping spots overlooking the middle of the map. The outside sections have houses too. A weird decision for sure. Probably the best map to play hide and seek on, or if you're a dirty camper. Cargo is fine. It's a good map to be honest, but the fact that the gimmick is really boring, the gimmick being the moving containers in the middle of the map, not really doing anything, make it stand out as, well, not standing out enough. The house overlooking the middle of the map is a great spot to see everything, and also really easy to camp location. Aftermath is comically big for what it tries to do. It has so much dead space, a fallen building in the center of the center lane, making it a 3-lane map as well. It works great sometimes, but the map just is simply too big, and the inside section goes unused a lot of the time. Looks very bad also, unless you're into wrecks. Overflow is boring and drawn out in the worst possible way. It's a classic 3-lane map, with the middle one seeing almost no action. I somehow feel like the whole map is this way. A very boring map all around. Grey and lifeless graphics and only one really cool location. That being the house overlooking mid. The gimmick of this map is that you'll forget it ever existed, leaving your mind mere seconds after finishing a game on it. Really boring and honestly forgettable. Turbine is the worst map, for a simple reason. It's too goddamn big. In a game where close quarters is the best way to play and enjoy the game, a huge middle lane, sandwiched between two minuscule by comparison lanes that serve as the way to not get sniped across the map. It's as simple as that. Map big open, map slow no fun. Graphics wise, the map is really good in parts, others being a literal desert. The huge cylinder in the center of the map is probably the only real notable location, maybe the mountable minigun. Overall, a boring map. Overall, the included maps are absolutely amazing. So many classics here, and those who are considered bad are only really okay, not actually bad. A lot of newer COD games have all remakes and no new maps with cool concepts. This game has no remakes included, and that's about it for the maps included in the base game. Next up are the DLC maps, bought in 4 different packs. I'll speak about them in the order they were released, with a brief review of every map pack after I've talked about the 4 maps included. But before I talk about the DLC maps, let me just remind those of you who have forgotten the announcers. And for the people who made it this far into a video about a game they never played, let me tell you about the Black Ops 2 announcers. Don't leave just yet, I won't be long. The song that accompanies these announcers are burned into my puny human brain.
Deathmatch. Remember, speed and aggression, gentlemen.
Like a sleeper agent coded to smile, I grin every time I hear these lines. To me and a lot of people, these were some of the most iconic lines from the game. From any game, for that matter. I mean,
get that dickweed out of my sight.
Or the dreaded,
all others are dead, it's up to you.
That's all I wanted to say about that. Sorry, but I had to mention them somewhere. Now, let's look at the DLC maps. First up is Nuketown, the most requested and picked map in the game, probably because it's the smallest and therefore the most action-packed one. It is now free, but at release it was a Season Pass exclusive. It's the most iconic map from an online game of all time, right after the Counter-Strike map DE Dust 2. It's a monumental achievement in map design, a dual house map with a nuclear testing theme. The visuals are great, clean and modern bright textures for great visibility, but with a focus on gameplay. It's a pseudo 3-lane map, with the middle being blocked by 2 buses, forcing snipers to keep to the outer lanes and the overlooks in the 2 houses. I used to play this map all the time in 1v1s. The map's most valued location have to be the 2 buses in the middle, a fighting ground for shotguns and drop shotters. Another location to take a look at is at the car in the outer lane, with visibility of all mid. A really great and a truly fun map, all the way to its core. Gameplay first is the true meaning of life. Before I start talking about the first map pack, excuse the relatively short length of time I spent on every individual map. The included maps are simply just more important, and I haven't played these as much. That being said, let's move on to the first DLC map pack, Revolution. Hydro is a huge hydroelectric plant with a cool twist. The map has water that runs down the middle of the map, closing an underground and outerground section of the map. Being a 3-lane map, it plays really well in any game mode. Too bad it's never really chosen over the other maps when playing online. There are a couple of great overlooks for sniper players that camp like little bitches. It looks really cool and the twist is not too stupid, only a bit. Overall a good map. Grind tries to be a small map, and succeeds a little bit too much, leaving one of the lanes unused in a couple of game modes. Not really a big minus to be honest, but the only one I can think of. Being a Nuketown type action-filled map, the aesthetic is truly unique. A skate park featuring skate things. With this in mind, it was obviously created in a gameplay first perspective. The map has some really great engagements, including the one inside of the skate park, a overlook, and an aim_map type layout. The outside is also like this, a simple looking and basic layout with gameplay and readability in the center of it. Downhill is a cool looking map that is really boring in every other aspect. The visuals are nice, a snowy mountain with a ski resort. The main gimmick of the map are the moving ski lifts, making for moving cover in one of the lanes. A lot like the trains on Express, but a bit more usable. The lane it's placed in happens to be very bad though, but to be completely honest, they all kind of suck. They're not bad, they're just uninspired. Mirage is the most generic sandy town type map ever, except maybe DE Mirage, another 3-lane map with a couple of fun sightlines. To be honest, this is probably the most boring out of all the DLC maps in the entire game, and really hard to talk about. The poolside is cool, I guess? See? So that was Revolution, the first map pack in the game. It's a really good pack for 2 reasons. More maps, more fun, and Grind is a really great map. If you play the game for the multiplayer, this is a must buy, if only for Grind. Let's move on to the Uprising map pack. Vertigo is, unlike in CSGO, a great map. So many fun engagements to be had everywhere. The sightlines are very thought out. The map plays great, fighting in the house and around it. There are a couple of pitfalls to dolphin dive down, or if you're into trickshotting, this map is awesome. The visuals are great if you're into the modern ones, great visibility and epic city landscapes. All in all, a great map. Studio is a remake of the absolute classic of a Black Ops 1 map, Firing Range. Therefore I won't really talk about the map's layout. I know I did it for Nuketown, but that's the exception. You should know this though. It's a really great and very action-packed map with some really fun locations. The visuals are really awesome, the theme being, well, a studio, and takes all the right steps to make a really good looking map. There are interesting things to look at everywhere. To be honest, it's almost definitely in the top 5 DLC maps in the game. Magma is a map I haven't played a lot. It was almost never picked. It's a bigger map with a stupid twist, the gimmick being lava, slowly moving on the map, cutting off areas. I'll just stop there. This is a very middle of the pack map. It's just okay. The lava looks cool, it's big, and just another 3-lane map. Encore is yet another 3-lane map with a cool theme, this time being a concert. It's another fine map. The house overlooking the stage ends up being more powerful than the actual stage, the supposed gimmick of the entire map. The stage is just too open while the house has a small open window. Weird decision from Treyarch here. A fun map simply by being relatively small, but a missed opportunity. The stage is not a great gimmick. Oh, and the other 2 lanes are really boring by comparison. So, Uprising, a surprisingly good map pack, Studio being a must-have. Vertigo is also really fun to play. Other than that, it's just okay, or maybe even good. Next up is the Vengeance map pack. Cove is one of my favorite maps in the entire game. A tropical island that is entirely explorable. taking place on a small island with a crash plane. The 3-laned map is honestly really fun to play. The middle lane is a classic action-filled aim map layout with a couple of overlooks and great camping spots. I just love how this map plays. Another truly great map from Treyarch here. And the next one is even better. Rush is the best DLC map in the entire game, aside from maybe Nuketown, but even that is debatable. This is how you make a 3-lane map. Every lane has a purpose, although they're very action-packed. So if you're more of a methodical flanking player, this might be your least favorite map instead. So let's look at these lanes, starting with the inside one. Oh, and before that, the theme is kind of genius. A paintball facility is probably the best place to make your aim map. Taking us inside, there is a straight up aim map in the purest form. The middle lane is really open and a death zone. The last and most action filled of them all is the raised lane. Plywood on the walls making for great visibility paired with corridors perfect for engagements puts this lane on the same tier as Plaza's best. There is absolute chaos to be had here. Rush is truly a fitting name, a must play for fans of fast gameplay. Uplink is a remake of another Black Ops map, Summit. Again, I won't be talking about the layout other than this. It's a 3-lane map with some really great sightlines. There are a couple of gimmicky locations and great flanking capabilities. The visuals are really dark and rainy, a nice switch from the others in the game. A great faithful remake with a nice visual twist. Great map. Detour is a fun map for any game mode. A labyrinthian layout on top of a broken bridge. It's very good if you're into flanking, with lots of ways around the map. It looks pretty great also. Epic sights all over. It's definitely not competitive at all though. Not that that's actually a valid criticism in a Call of Duty retrospective. A very middle of the pack map overall. To be honest, kind of forgettable. This is probably the best map pack in the game, with classics such as Uplink and absolute bangers in Cove and a peak of 3-lane map design in Rush. These are a must-have, to say the least. Next up is the last map pack, Apocalypse. Pod is the worst map aesthetically, making it stand out as one of the worst. I'm not calling it bad looking, by the way. It's just very boring and generic. The overgrown theme outweighs the other similarly boring theme, the pods. And don't get me wrong, I'm a frequent visitor to the r/abandoned porn subreddit and I love the aesthetic. But man, this just feels kind of rushed. The middle part with the pod is probably the best part. A King of the Hill type battle will take place here every single game and stands out as the best part of the map. A great goal to always work towards. Being a 3-lane map, it also plays like any other in the game. Takeoff is a good 3-lane map with some nice modern visuals. Taking place on a rocket platform in the middle of an ocean, the theme is admittedly cool, but also kind of overdone in the game already. The maps in this game are falling into categories of themes pretty fast. This one being in the futuristic one. It plays really well, with a couple of great engagements to be found across the map. Overall, a good map. Frost is a good looking 3-lane map. I don't really have a lot to say about it other than this. I really like the middle of the map. It plays like a dual house map with a no man's land in the middle top of the frozen river. Multiple houses can see into each other, making for a great fun twist. So that's about it. I haven't really played it a lot, so let's move on. Dig is weird. Here's why. It plays like a big symmetrical aim map with pathways around it. Being a smaller map, it plays really well with most guns, although it's very hard to find a place to just chill out and snipe or camp for a while. A solid map with a really boring theme. It's a desert. And that's the last DLC map pack. A pretty boring last DLC. No real singers here. If anything, the only map that might sell you is Dig though. A great map for close quarters engagements. So overall, Black Ops 2 has some absolutely amazing maps, especially if you enjoy the action-packed nature of the Call of Duty franchise. They truly made something special here, an amazingly stacked setup of maps, even if you remove the DLC ones. Hats off to you, Treyarch, you really made it. A couple of these maps are solid 10 out of 10s. Standoff, Rush. I mean, this game gave us Raid for God's sake. Some of these maps also featured a gimmick of some sort. These were almost always just kind of in the way, and not really all that good. Even the middle of the pack maps were good, just kind of generic. The bad maps were only really bad because I didn't really like the playstyle they required, being slower and more open. Now, with the knowledge of all the maps and modes, I can finally move on into the ranked game mode. I won't talk about the esports scene, so if you're into that kind of stuff, look at this video by AK called The Golden Days of Competitive COD. League play, what is it? To be as simple as possible, it's a ranked game mode, featuring a couple of select game modes: Capture the Flag, Search and Destroy, and Hardpoint. There were new ranks for this mode, with a season basis, the ranks being Iron, followed by Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and lastly, Master. There were a couple of banned items, mostly over centralized perks, weapons, and equipment. Some stuff considered cheap, like shotguns, and proximity grenades like the Claymore. This made the mode actually competitive, giving way for an actually good esports scene. I remember playing this game mode about 3 times. I never really played Black Ops 2 to be good at it, unlike I do today in many other titles. A quality I have lost in many ways. I can't really take games unseriously, or at least not all the time, like when I played this game. You can't level up in this mode, meaning creator class and other progression systems were unlocked, balancing it out naturally, something I'll talk more about in the next section of the video, right about now. Black Ops 2 has some of the greatest single guns in the Call of Duty franchise. So let's just talk a little bit about them, how they're balanced, how good they are, and stuff like that. Starting with the secondaries, first up are the pistols. The B23R is the best pistol in the game and can be used as a primary if you dare. Being a burst fire weapon, it stands out a bit from the others. But the most iconic thing has to be its iconic futuristic look. A great gun, if not a bit overpowered. The Executioner kind of sucks. It's a shotgun revolver, but lacks the power it should have, making it a really bad choice for every single situation. It also sounds really bad. The 5.7 is probably the next best pistol in my opinion. A semi-auto pistol with a lot of ammo that is really accurate. A great weapon. The Cap 40 is the game's fully automatic pistol, making it not completely useless. Fitted with the Akimbo attachment makes this pistol a crazy good secondary in ultra close quarter situations. A pretty great weapon to be honest. The TAC 45 is a cooler looking but worse performing version of the 5.7, making it kind of useless. Aesthetically pleasing, but outside of that, it's just very okay. Next up are the specials. The Assault Shield is a very fun weapon, but it sucks. It can be put down on the ground or used in hand, as a shield from incoming bullets or as a bad melee weapon. I say that because it doesn't one-shot to kill, like the knife or any other melee weapon. If you put it on your back, it also serves as a shield for your back, making it not a completely useless secondary, although it cannot be fitted with any attachments. The ballistic knife is a knife that can shoot. It's a bad, physics-based weapon with a little ammo. It takes skill, but it's not worth it. It's a worse version of a sniper or the KSG shotgun, a dumb concept for stupid people. The crossbow is pretty useful in some select engagements, but the only real upside to it is its ammo count. It has a couple of cool attachments, all pretty useless, including the one that shoots 3 bolts at a time. Pick a rocket launcher instead. And speaking of the devil, the SMAW is a classic rocket launcher. One-shot kill with blast damage. It's decent. The RPG is almost exactly like the SMAW, but just a tad bit better and looks a little bit cooler. I mean, it's an RPG. The FHEA 18AA is a lock-on only rocket launcher, making it the best weapon to shoot down enemy Scorestreaks. This is its only purpose though, but it's good at it. Next up is primaries, starting with the submachine guns. The Chicom CQB is the worst weapon in the game, in almost every single way. First of all, it's a burst SMG. Second, it does little to no damage, and last, it looks stupid. Don't use this one.
The PDW-57 is the P90 of this game. A big magazine and good overall damage makes this weapon one of my favorites. It looks and sounds great, with a really satisfying reload. It does a lot more damage than you'd think. One of the best weapons in the game and perfect for the hardcore game mode. The MP7 was one of my favorite weapons, along with an assault rifle a bit later on. It has a great output of damage, making it a great weapon for close quarters engagements. The iron sights are top tier, and with a silencer, this gun just sings for the player. The only real downsides are that, well, it's kind of boring. We have seen the MP7 before, and secondly, it has kind of an ammo problem. The MSMC is the best weapon in the game, second only to the M8A1. It was used by everyone who called themselves good at the game, from pros getting their 1000 swarm to scrubs trying to get their first counter UAV. It's a very nice feeling gun, with accurate and high damage output. It sounds very good, with a nice exterior. The sight is also very good. Overall, an iconic weapon brought to us with the release of Black Ops 2 that feels amazing to use. The Scorpion Evo is a fast-firing SMG, something that might sound very generic, but when I say it fast, I meant ultra-fast. The entire mag is dispensed in a blink, even faster if you attach the rapid-fire attachment. But with that said, it's a bad weapon, not on the same level as the Chicom, not even close, but the damage output is just not good enough, even with the high fire rate. The Vector K10 is a weird combination of the Scorpion and the PDW-57, being a low-powered but high ammo capacity weapon. It's a lot like the other Vectors in previous Call of Duties, ultimately forgettable. The Peacekeeper is the one and only DLC weapon in the game, included in the Revolution map pack. It tries to be both an AR and SMG at the same time, but in reality, it kind of sucks at both. Not good at short range because of its relatively high time to kill and slow fire rate. It should have been placed in the assault rifle category. Speaking of which, the AN-94, an AK-like weapon with a small but certainly not insignificant twist. It features a ramping fire rate, starting out with a high and very low time to kill fire rate, transitioning into a slower, more manageable fire rate. This means that if you manage to hit your first few shots, the gun is a very good one. And taking the ammo count into account, the AN-94 quickly turns into one of the best guns in the game, and definitely an iconic one. The visuals are really nice except for the iron sights, not preferred by some. This weapon is one of my favorites, probably my second favorite in this category. The FAL OSW is a tryhard's right hand and a semi-automatic assault rifle. It has a super high damage output, but because it's semi-auto, it's very hard to use. You have to be very accurate and be able to click pretty fast to use it effectively. This is why I call it the tryhard's right hand. It takes skill, but it can be cheated pretty easily with a macro, script or modded controller. Too bad. You could also attach the select fire attachment, which turns the gun into an automatic one with a flick of a switch. Although the fire rate is very slow with the attachment. The iron sights kind of suck, but other than that, it's a really cool gun. The M8A1 is probably the best gun in the game, but is truly hard to master. The M8A1 is known for being used by the best of players, and the fact that it's a burst fire weapon. A single, well-placed burst can mean a kill. A truly skillful weapon, with a lot of significance laying in every burst. The iron sights are notoriously bad though, so I'd put on a red dot or other sight to improve visibility. All in all, this weapon is iconic, a great weapon with actual skill needed. 10 out of 10 would use again. The M27 is what I call the honest assault rifle. I call it that because it's the most generic gun in the entire game. The perfect middle ground between good and bad. It only stands out for a single thing. Its laser-like accuracy, not unlike the ACR from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Unlike that game though, the M27 is underpowered. It has a surprisingly bad damage output even for its relatively fast fire rate. A very middling weapon. The MTOR is my favorite assault rifle. It also happens to have one of the best iron sights. It's very easy to control and overall very accurate. Oh, and of course, it looks and sounds really good, especially with the silencer. It just feels right. The ammo count and time to kill is just perfect. The Scar H is a classic weapon from the Call of Duty franchise. In this game, it's an acquired taste. You either love or hate it, and I kind of hate it. It has a slow fire rate with a high damage per bullet. It's a classic weapon, may even be as classic as the MP7 or the M16, but still not one I like. Oh, and the accuracy feels so off with the included iron sights. Weirdly high, even with the low fire rate. The SMR is a worse version of the FAL from earlier, except for the iron sights, which I strangely love. The outer appearance is just awful, like a Tesla truck but a gun. Shapeless and boring, that's it. Don't use this, ever. The SWAT 556 is the most forgettable weapon ever. It looks bad and is a 3-round burst, but not the M8A1. I probably haven't gotten over 50 kills with this gun, and man, that says a lot. And man, I mean, that green finish? Jesus. The Type 25 is the Scorpion Evo of the assault rifle category, featuring a very high rate of fire and a hard to control kick. A pretty cool weapon with no real use, can be replaced with any SMG. So that's it for the ARs. Moving on to the shotguns. The KSG is one of my favorite weapons in the game. And yes, I know I sound like a broken record. This weapon is a shotgun, but unlike the following shotguns, it takes actual skill. It takes accuracy. It's a lot like a sniper, without its range, but faster. It fires slugs, meaning you actually have to hit your enemy, but also means that if you're close enough, it's still a shotgun, and you'll land a one-shot kill. Very satisfying, especially with the sounds and animation. Man, I just love this gun. I strongly recommend it. Like, a lot. The M1216 is the ultimate noob weapon, in the worst way possible. A full auto burst hybrid shotgun. Jesus, it feels and looks bad. I feel like shit every time I use it. A bad weapon. The R870 MCS is the classic pump action shotgun. This was the first gun I got to the gold camo with back on the PlayStation 3 days. Probably the best overall shotgun that isn't slug powered like the KSG. High damage and relatively high fire rate. A true classic with a new appearance, as well rounded and nice to use as always. The S12 is another weapon that panders to the newer, less skill-focused player. It also happens to be not very good at anything it tries to be. The S12 is a semi-auto shotgun, with a very slow fire rate, and even being a shotgun, it has a slow time to kill, up to 3 shots on short range. There's no reason to use it at all. Next up are the LMGs. The hammer was my friend's favorite gun, the legendary Marre 197, the one dude who likes light machine guns in Call of Duty. What a guy. Oh, right, the gun. Just like the AN-94, the gun's fire rate changes, starting faster then slowing down. It's surprisingly fun to use, even though I value speed above everything. The time to kill is great and ammo count even greater. A really great LMG overall, although the iron sights are very mediocre. The LSAT is the most generic LMG you could ever think of. A big belt-fed magazine with great sights, easy to control spray and even better time to kill. The MK48 might somehow be even more generic, but it looks worse, has a worse time to kill and even worse iron sights. Man, this gun sucks. Not in the meta way, but in the boring way. The QBB LSW is underrated and my favorite LMG. It's the Scorpion of the light machine gun category, with a fast fire rate. This is its gimmick, being faster firing than the other light machine guns in its category. The only real downside being, it's hard to control accuracy-wise, and it sounds pretty bad. The gun's visuals are actually really great. It looks par for its course, futuristic. And that's it for the LMGs. Next up are the sniper rifles. The SVU-AS is the worst sniper in the game, and using it feels wrong. Unlike all other snipers, except maybe the next one, these don't take any skill. You have to be able to hit that first hit. If you can't, you shouldn't get that kill. This gun is different. It's semi-auto with a very high potential fire rate. What I'm trying to say is that this is a very noob-friendly weapon. It feels and looks stupid and encourages spamming. Something about that just doesn't feel right. The XPR-50 sounds like the SVU a lot on paper, but sports a slower fire rate, higher vertical kick, with the upside being more damage. It's a perfect camper's dream. Sitting and overlooking the middle lane or in one of the houses on Nuketown. The higher fire rate than a more traditional sniper gives you way more tries than you should. You're allowed to miss with a one-shot kill weapon. That's just wrong. I guess it looks cool though. The ballista is the single most iconic gun from this game in my opinion, and a lot of people would agree with me. Looking at lists, this and the M8A1 are the only common center of its game plan. The outside is classic, a sleek finish with some great animations tied to it. So, snipers are the ultimate glass cannon. If you miss, you're screwed, but that's only if you're not a dirty camper. That's a whole different situation that I won't touch on now. What this means is that if you master the quickscope, Jesus, I sound so stupid right now. If you master the quickscope and the flick, you will dominate in all ranges of engagements, with super close range being a big exception. Because, well, no-scoping is not a very reliable way to kill people. The ballista is the ultimate weapon for the ultimate fast and agile sniper. I have used this gun for a considerable amount of my life. I have probably held this in-game gun in my in-game hands for weeks, hundreds of hours of my life with this weapon. I have made friends by quickscoping them on Nuketown in custom 12-player free-for-all lobbies with friends and friends of friends. I remember their names, not their real-life names, we used gamertags back then. I remember Linda and Awesome Casper, Ramin100, Marre197 and Ponykiller. I could go on forever. Only a select few of these people do I still interface with now and then. The rest of them, man, I don't have a clue. But if you somehow found this video and in fact are one of these people, message me. Let's nostalgically reminisce about who was the better quickscoper back then. Is the MSMC actually that good? And who would win in a 1v1 between the FaZe Clan members with the pre-patched DSR? I'll stop rambling now, but the next weapon is the DSR-50, a slower, more methodical version of the ballista with a darker, generally stronger and futuristic look. It can be used in the same way as the ballista, but is significantly slower to handle, making it more useful for the traditional way of sniping, sitting in one place and taking people out one at a time. I guess what I'm saying is that this weapon is not as flashy, but it serves a purpose. The DSR is actually preferred by trickshotters though, for its damage output. A one-shot kill is all but guaranteed. The flashbang is the most classic piece of tactical equipment in any game it's in. It flashes, blinding an enemy. In this game you can look the other way and still get flashed, unlike CSGO. So instead of landing a flashbang in enemy's line of sight, you aim for their location. The closer it is, the longer they're flashed. The concussion is another type of flashbang with another use. Instead of blinding, the concussion slows down your opponent. Very annoying, and that's about it. The Black Hat is a hacking equipment used to turn enemies' grenade and tacticals against them. It can also be used to hack select Scorestreaks. The EMP grenade is probably the most overpowered of all of the tactical equipment. Not for what you think, assuming you think it disables electrical devices like other tacticals and grenades, but also, just like the concussion, it slows and limits your enemy. With a larger range, it's also perfect for throwing into a room, seeing a hit marker, and then knowing for a fact that someone is in there. The sensor grenade is a portable radar that can be thrown. It's pretty cool, but no one ever uses it. The shock charge is a concussion that can be placed out like a mine. It's super annoying when paired with a bouncing Betty or Claymore. It's very easy to die because of it. The smoke grenade is a classic smoke grenade, although it explodes on impact. Now that I think about it, this has no place in Call of Duty. The tactical insertion is a mobile respawn beacon that gets destroyed on spawn. If you found one of these back in the day, you would wait next to it until the user respawn, just to get an easy kill. The trophy system is a shield from enemy equipment. That's about it. Oh, and it looks pretty funny spinning around like that. The bouncing Betty is like a landmine, with the twist being that it shoots up into the sky before exploding. This means you can dodge it by proning or just running past it. A camper's dream. Hearing the sound of one of them bouncing up meant you were already dead. A cool lethal.
The C4 is a remote-controlled explosive that can be thrown. A lot of people used it as a better version of a grenade, being able to control when it explodes. A great piece of lethal equipment. The Claymore is a camper's second choice. Walking into the red lasers blows up the mine. It's very classic but still kind of shitty compared to the bouncing betties. The Combat Axe is the most skillful piece of equipment in the game. A throwable axe that travels in an arch, and slowly, making it hard to hit. Throwing one of these bad boys into the air within the first seconds of a round is a classic, hoping for it to hit some poor soul on the other side of the map. The grenade is what you think it is. It's a grenade that can be cooked. It does moderate damage and can be thrown. The Semtex is just like the grenade, but it sticks and cannot be cooked. And that's it for the equipment. This is the last section of the multiplayer part of the video, starting with the Scorestreaks. Call of Duty Black Ops 2 has some of the series' best scorestreaks. Now that I think about it, it's the first Call of Duty game with scorestreaks over killstreaks. Okay, I'm moving too fast, so before anything, what are scorestreaks? The Oxford Dictionary of English says this about killstreaks: a reward given to players in newer Call of Duty games after killing a certain number of enemies without dying. Normally consisting of a support helicopter, dogs or airstrikes. 3 can be equipped at a time. So the only difference between a kill versus a scorestreak is that one requires kills while the other requires score. Something that can be earned through kills, assists, or dominating a point in domination, for example, destroying other players' UAV, etc. Let's look at these scorestreaks, how they work, and most importantly, are they good? In order of how much score they take, we start with the UAV. The UAV is the most essential and most iconic apart from maybe the nuke in terms of kill and score streaks. It's one that I always used and one that actually matters. Showing the position of enemies sounds overpowered and is too at some point. We're lucky it only lasts for 30 seconds. The RCXD is a fitting name for such a stupid looking and feeling score streak. You get to drive an explosive armed RC car into your enemies. It's fun to use, but only gives you one, if even that, kill. The Hunter Killer drone is the most annoying among the cheaper score streaks, mostly because it can't be countered unless you're inside. A throwable drone that seeks out enemies. The care package is probably the second most popular of the score streaks, for a single reason. It's a loot box. Yeah, I'm kind of serious, in the way that, well, you get a random score streak from the sky in a box. A chance of getting a much better score streak than you paid for. The obvious downside being, well, someone might take it from you. The counter UAV is another cheap and relatively great score streak. It scrambles the map of your enemies. The letdown being, it should be cheaper than the UAV in my opinion. It could last for a shorter amount of time, so that it could be activated more smartly. For example, when you push a objective, activate your counter UAV. Then again, this is Call of Duty. The Guardian is the camper's dream. A constant concussion is relayed through a sentry gun, perfect for camping in a house. Please don't do it though. The Hellstorm missile is one of the most used among the score streaks. A simple missile that is guided by its user. It can be split up into a cluster at will. It has a very good multi-kill potential and is perfect for a domination point. The Lightning Strike. When you use the Lightning Strike, you pull out an iPad and send a couple of those good old missiles on 3 selected locations. This is one of the best score streaks in the game, with a lot of stopping power and usability. A great score streak. The sentry gun is a robot gun that can be placed on the map. It can also be used remotely as well, a remote gun. It's another camper's dream, perfect for not playing the game as efficiently as possible. Very classic, but not my favorite, if you catch my drift. The Death Machine is the most badass weapon in the game. A huge minigun that does a lot of damage and has a ultra fast fire rate. When the ammo runs out, the score streak does too. The War Machine is like the previous weapon, the Death Machine, except this has explosive rounds, a slow fire rate and not nearly as much ammo. It kind of sucks, although some can use it in a crazy good way. The Dragonfire is the worst score streak in the game, by far. Remember those drones from the campaign? The one that can be shot down very easily? Yeah, those. They still suck. The AGR somehow doesn't suck in comparison to the Dragonfire. It actually lives for pretty long, although it doesn't really get that many kills. It can shut down an area pretty well, but a dedicated player can pretty easily just weave in and out of its threat ranges. Cool looking, that's about it. The stealth chopper is like the attack helicopter from the other Call of Duty titles. A chopper that circles the map shooting down your opponents. The sound is very distinctive, something that you'll never forget. It can't be seen on the map, something that the other planes and drones can. A very good mid to high tier score streak. The Orbital VSAT is my absolute favorite and probably the best non-lethal score streak in the game. The premise is very simple. It's like a UAV, except you see them constantly. And in addition to that, you also see which way the enemies are facing. This is as close to hacks as you can get. Seeing enemies constantly knowing their location is very overpowered. Deserved after 1200 points though. The escort drone is like the stealth chopper, but less stealthy, and it follows the player. I've not seen a lot of people using it, not really worth the score in my honest opinion. The EMP is a very annoying non-lethal score streak that disables the enemy's electronics and limits the other team's heads-up display, making the map and your screen very hard to read. As I said, annoying at best. The Warthog is probably the scariest score streak ever. The Warthog does several strafing runs on the map, bombing its way through. A scarily good score streak that demands respect from the opponent. Great choice. The Lodestar is a severely underused score streak. Mounting a rocket launcher, you aim for your opponents from the Lodestar airship. Your feet are still on the ground though, so find a good hiding spot. The VTOL warship is a lot like the previous one, except a bit better. Kind of boring to be honest. The K9 unit is a crazy scary score streak, spawning attack dogs all around the map. These aren't hard to kill individually, but when they come in droves, man. It's a very good and deserved score streak. You get kills and make people leave on the other team. The Swarm is just like the Hunter-Killer drone, but on crack cocaine. Hundreds of these drones swarm above the map, attacking at random. Move inside and you'll probably be fine. A bit sad to not see a nuke here. I guess we got a little badge though. Honestly, after looking at all of these, I see that they're all so cool. They are not just bomber planes. We have a minigun and dogs, RC cars and guardians. These are really fun to go for and serve as great achievements for high kill streaks. Good stuff. Perks are what make customization that step more deep, serving us a lot of options. Some of them good, while others literally useless. Let's take a peek at these perks. What they're used for, if they're worth the pick 10 slot, and if they kind of suck. Let's find out, shall we? Starting with the first tier of perks. Ghost is a great perk if you tend to be on the enemy's ass at all times. You lurk and flank from the outer lanes and want to stay hidden. This is what Ghost does. It hides you from UAVs as long as you're moving. Seeing how much time you spend with an enemy UAV in the air, this is a great perk. Not top tier, but a good use of a slot if you feel like using it. Flak Jacket is pretty overrated. I see a lot of people using it without any real effect. As you may have figured out by now, it reduces enemy explosive damage by 65%. Not a minuscule amount, but at the same time, not really enough. Note that I said enemy. You still take damage from your own explosives, so no bomb rushes without dying here, sorry. Blind Eye is quite useless and a very simple perk. It simply protects you from enemy score sticks that are AI controlled, so not the player-driven ones. It should have been included in the Ghost perk, but that would kind of make it overpowered. Instead they stand apart, underpowered. Hardline, the perk for newer players. It gives you 20 extra score points, not enough in my opinion. I used this perk quite a lot back in the day, trying to get my UAV and Hellstorm missile just a little bit faster. Every 5 kills you get a free kill essentially. You decide if that's enough. Lightweight is my favorite perk from the first tier, a perk that speeds up all movement on the ground by a little under 10%. Reading that out, it sounds like a minimal amount, but let me tell you this, playing without it feels wrong. Oh, and it also removes all fall damage, a pretty big plus. Moving on to the second tier of perks. Toughness is the best perk in the game by far, and the one that is essential to use at all times. It reduces visual distortions on the screen when getting shot, but more importantly, it reduces the amount you flinch, making it easier to aim when you get shot. Toughness will save you a lot in many gunfights. The greatest perk that probably should have been part of the game already, because it's just that essential. Cold-blooded is part of that ghost and blind eye category of perks, the ones that make you harder to find. This one stops you from showing up on visual aids like the thermal sights. It will also remove your outline when seen from an enemy-controlled scorestreak. It's fine. Fast hands is another one of my favorite perks, and one that I always use when I can. It speeds up the time you switch weapons and decreases the time to use equipment by 40%. Speeding up the game is something that I love, and this perk does that for you. It also resets the timer on grenades when you throw them back at the enemy, a fun bonus. Hardwired, another very simple perk. It makes you immune to the EMP scorestreak and EMP grenades, a pretty situational perk that serves only one real purpose. Not very good. The scavenger perk lets you pick up ammo packs from dead enemies, including one lethal and one tactical piece of equipment. A very good perk for people who go on long kill streaks. Moving on to the third tier of perks. Dexterity does 3 things. It grants you 70% faster climbing speed, 60% faster mantling speed, and lastly 70% faster sprint recovery time. It's a superb perk and almost a must-have. It makes so much of a difference when running and gunning, vaulting and climbing. If you don't do that, you'll hate this perk. That's about it. One of my must-use perks. Extreme Conditioning, an effective perk that only does one thing. It doubles your sprint time. Another perk for players like me, a dude who likes to run and gun. Too bad it doesn't give you unlimited sprint. Engineer also does 3 things. These 3 things include highlighting all enemy equipment and ground-based scorestreaks like the Guardian and Sentry through walls. It delays ground-based explosives like the Claymore and Shock Charge by 0.9 seconds. Another cool feature is the ability to re-roll care packages in order to get a different reward. A great thing if you get an RCXD or other low score streak. The Tactical Mask is for the people who hate getting flashed all the time. The perk reduces visual distortions from flashes, concussions and other equipment by 50%. A pretty major difference. I recommend this for tactical haters, of which there are many.
Look, he killed me with a stun. A stun, he can't use a stun. Yeah guys, look. Yeah, look guys, look. Hey, disconnected.
Dead Silence mutes the sound of your footsteps. It also mutes the soldier you're playing, meaning he won't scream "Reloading" when doing so. This perk is part of that ghost type setup, perfect for lurkers that try to flank the enemy. It's also the best perk for both search and destroy and 1v1s, to sneak up on your opponent. A honestly great perk that, if used right, is one of the best. Awareness is almost as good as Dead Silence, but in a different way. Instead of being silent, you hear better and earn a counter to Dead Silence, letting you hear their footstep again, making Dead Silence and Awareness a great way to play Search and Destroy and 1v1s. Too bad you can only have 2 perks per tier, and that's it for the perks. Let's end this part of the video, finally. Call of Duty's metas are almost always very clear, which can be a great thing, but it also limits you if you want to use an actual good weapon. Some weapons are overshadowed by others. Same with the scorestreaks and perks. No one uses the Dragonfire because it sucks compared to its cheaper counterparts. No one uses Cold-Blooded because no one uses thermal sights either. It's a bit sad to see these perks, scorestreaks and even weapons underutilized. So what are the best weapons? And what was the meta? Let's take a look at the most popular guns again. The MSMC, the Bay-23R and the M8A1. Why were they the most popular? Well, first of all, they were all-arounders. They were not situational at all. used at all times, in every type of engagement. The M8A1 is better at longer ranges, of course, somehow better than most snipers. The B23R is better than most other SMGs, except the MSMC, which itself is better than all other SMGs and most of the ARs. These weapons were just a little bit too good. This made them over-centralized, making them boring to use. Using anything else would put you at a disadvantage though. Not really a problem if you don't care about the meta and only play for fun. But to be honest, a great player will succeed with almost any gun, so don't take this all too serious. If you ask me what my favorite class is, I'd give you a couple. They all emphasize speed over zoning or camping. I like a weapon with great fire rate and damage output. A MP7 or MSMC in the SMG class, a KSG in terms of shotgun, and AN94 or MTAR in the assault rifles category. I don't really play with LMGs and snipers nowadays, even though I talked a fair bit about them. I just don't find it as cool to snipe in Call of Duty anymore. That's about it. On screen you'll see a couple of classes that I use, but to be fair, they change a lot. You'll probably notice I prefer perks and attachments over grenades and equipment. I also prefer non-lethal Scorestreaks that take no real time to use, that help me find the enemy and don't shoot them for me. I like the gameplay, and I want it for myself. That's it. Here we are, the end of the multiplayer part of the video. Was it worth it? Is the game actually good? Did I pick the right game to spend hundreds of hours in back then? Yes, yes, and oh god, yes. Call of Duty has had zombies since Treyarch's first installment into the series, Call of Duty World at War. I hated the zombies game mode when I tried it for the first time, a story I remember to this very day. I was at a dinner party at my cousin's place. Before eating, we went straight up into the attic, where their TV was set up. They had an Xbox 360 and a copy of the game in question, Black Ops 2. Firing it up, we are greeted to the main menu, skipping all of the cutscenes of course. 3 options are shown to us: campaign, multiplayer, and last but also most important, zombies. I jokingly asked what it was, and my cousin immediately pressed it. It startled me. I didn't actually want to know what it was. I hated horror with a passion. I hated it to the point that after getting jump scared by one of those faded screamers, I couldn't sleep for weeks. No, I'm not kidding. Weeks with the light on, making sure my feet didn't fall off the bed, not facing the wall, horrified by the thought of someone watching me. It's a story most of us can relate to. We booted up into the zombies menu, the soundtrack picking up, that piano playing eerily, the classic horror things every so often. I hated it. The background to the menu is not that scary. It's desolate. It's dead. It looks like some kind of an asteroid belt. Maybe an asteroid field, a light source behind a fog of dust. He hands me a controller. I turn it down. My other cousin though picks it up eagerly, clicking their way down to local. This option doesn't exist on PC versions, meaning that if servers go down it could spell an end to the game, but I digress. We are greeted to another screen, the map select screen. We are shown Earth, presumably, and they navigate to the included maps, zooming into the 3 free maps: TranZit, Town, and the one they picked, Farm. The score had reached a peak as we loaded into the map. The intro loading screen. This is where I left the room. It was a bit too much for me. The cheerful music distorting into a growling, disturbed version, with a very simple yet effective visual. I came back after a while though, and we played local 4-player multiplayer, but I still had cold sweats. Still kind of startled. I didn't play zombies after that for a very long time. A couple of years later, after getting the game for myself for the PlayStation 3, I was sleeping over at my friend's house, and that's when we played it. I was now familiar with the controls and the zombies are slow. The fear though, it was still there. Not nearly as bad, but still there. What I'm trying to say is that I saw it as horror back then. Now, I definitely don't. Last, a warning and a heads up. I won't be talking about the storyline of the Zombies mode. And before you say anything, yes, I am sorry. It's just that it's a very convoluted and complicated story spanning literal generations of hardware, multiple games, and definitely a video in itself. Again, I'm sorry. If you're interested in the overall story of the entirety of the Zombies mode, there is a 6-hour video on this very site that I'd recommend you to watch. A great video by Eruption Fang. I'll link it for you down below. If you have ever played Zombies, this part of the video will be boring. I will try to explain what the mode is all about, which is not really that deep, but it will prove important for people who don't really understand it at all. There should be a timestamp for the people who already know the basic mechanics down below. With that over and done with, here we go. Call of Duty's Zombies mode's premise is simple. Survive for as long as you can. Surviving for as long as you can is not a question of time. Although it takes time, it's a matter of rounds. These rounds aren't all the same, however. So instead of a matter of time, it's also about skill and knowledge of the mechanics that carry you through these rounds. But more important is the... I'm sorry. I'm talking about this all backwards. The most important part of the mode is right in front of us. It's the zombies. So let's look at these zombies first, so I don't get too carried away. These zombies. Slow, growling and possessing glowing eyes. That is our first impression, round 1. They aren't scary. They are unsettling, sure, but one of these pose no real threat, slowly shambling towards us, giving us a lot of time to eliminate them. The second round is more of the same, but in the third round some of the zombies will jog at you, now taking a lot more damage before they fall. Around round 5 some of these zombies will sprint. An experienced player knows that these zombies only run as fast as you can walk, so they can easily be outrun or outmaneuvered. These zombies aren't dangerous outside of a horde, but when you get cornered, these little rascals pose a huge threat, especially on our higher round where they're all in a full sprint. All it takes is 2 hits. 2 hits and then you're dead. That's not a lot. Talking about that, let's move on to the damage. The zombie health scales with the rounds. I'm going to get technical here, so bear with me. Okay, so here we go. The zombies' health on round 1 is 150. That means you can easily just knife them once to kill them. In the second round, their health is increased to 250. 2 knives will kill them, but shooting them 5 to 8 times is a better way to earn points, so we'll do that. This continues, adding 100 to their health until round 10, where their health starts running away, making it exponentially harder to kill them. Headshots do more damage, naturally, being different from every type of weapon. I tried to find what the headshot multipliers are, but I found nothing. All I can say is that snipers scale much better in terms of headshot potential than the pistols. Moving on to the reason, other than surviving of course, we kill these zombies. Let's talk about points. Points are the system that we use to buy weapons, unlock doors, etc. They are earned mainly by killing the zombies, but can be earned in some other ways too, like repairing windows or some map-specific ways I'll speak about later. These points are very scarce early on in the game, so being smart with them, buying only the essentials, is the name of the game. By knifing, you both save ammo and get more money. 130 points per knife kill, 100 for a headshot and 50 for everything else. Early game, the mode is all about setup. Earning as many points as possible is the name of the game. The starting pistol will only get you so far. We need some heavy weaponry. This is where the fated mystery box and wall guns come in. This will get a whole lot crazier in the future maps, but I'll start slowly. First of all, the wall guns. Most maps have 2 in the starting area. The M14, a semi-auto assault rifle, and the Olympia, a double-barreled shotgun. The general rule is that the longer you traverse into the map, the better the guns on the walls will be, but the best weapons can't be found on the walls. If you want an LMG or AR that isn't the M14, you need to take a gamble. The mystery box. It's been here since Call of Duty World at War, wall guns have 2 actually, and is a mainstay and central pillar of the Call of Duty Zombies experience. It's quite simple actually. For 950 points, you'll get a random weapon. everything from the worst of she-coms to the illustrious ray gun, a gun I'll speak about later. If you're unlucky, you'll get a teddy bear, but don't panic. This means the box will move a location, but it will also refund you your hard-earned points, so it's not that bad. These weapons can also be upgraded, but for a very high price. For 5,000 points, you can take your middle-of-the-pack weapon and turn it into a killing machine fit for a gamer using the Pack-a-Punch system. Some weapons changed drastically with this system, a great example being the War Machine, a Scorestreak in the multiplayer mode. On Pack-a-Punch, the gun is one, if not the worst, gun in the Zombies mode. It doesn't have the same explosion on impact grenades as the normal War Machine does. But if you Pack-a-Punch it, it gains the normal grenades back. It still kind of sucks, but it's still significantly better. It's getting harder to survive by this point. The weapons can only take you so far. We need something less material to help us through these rounds. A buff to our character, not to our weapons. This is where perks come in. The base game has 6 perks, those being the original 4 plus 2 extras. You might wonder what I mean by the original 4, and I'll tell you right now actually. Call of Duty World at War's first Zombies map didn't have any perks. The perk system was first introduced in the first DLC map of the game, Verrucht. The perks introduced were, and I'll explain what they do in just a second, Quick Revive, Juggernog, Double Tap and Speed Cola. The newer perks added were the fan favorite Stamina Up from Call of Duty Black Ops and the last perk, Tombstone. Now those were just names, so let's dig into what they all do. Oh, and before I forget, you can only carry 4 perks at a time, making it less of a struggle to get the points in order to use them, instead focusing on what perks you enjoy and using the ones that fit your loadout the best. Perks can be lost though. Upon downing, you will lose all of your hard-earned perks, unless you have one of the special perks I'll speak about later. Now, without further ado, let's dig into the first perk. Quick Revive is the best perk in the game, if you're playing solo. When playing with friends, this perk helps you revive them faster when they're downed, making it an okay perk for co-op. The real reason why this perk is so essential though is for its use in the solo mode, where after you're downed, it will revive you, like a self-revive. That and the fact that if you're playing by yourself, it can be bought with the 500 points you get by simply starting the game, makes this a great perk. Moving on to Juggernog, the best perk in the game. Again, as you may remember, the time to kill in this game is very brutal for the player. 2 hits and you're a goner. This perk alleviates that, raising your health by almost 3 times. Instead of dying at 2 hits, you'll live for 4 hits, dying by the 5th. A huge boost, and one that's needed in order to survive. This perk costs 2,500 points, something that if you've played the game enough, you're saving up for from round 1. That's just how important this perk is to the meta of the game. Next up, let's look at the Double Tap Root Beer, or specifically, the second Double Tap Root Beer. This might be new to even some of the most experienced of players, but this is not the same double tap as seen in the older titles. It's got the same name and does some of the same stuff, but it's also better now. So for 2000 points, you essentially double your damage. Now that might sound insane, but it's actually that simple. Well, maybe not quite. Double tap speeds up your fire rate, but it also doubles your damage output by shooting twice for every 1 shot. It doesn't take this from your clip. It simply adds another shot. This can easily be seen when not scoping with a sniper. The 2 tracers are not even close to one another. A trippy visual, sure. An amazing perk, nonetheless, and one that I love to use. Although on higher rounds it's useless, because damage is not our highest priority then. The next perk I'll speak about is Speed Cola, a simple perk in passing, but also one of the best. It speeds up your weapon switching, but most importantly, your reloads. This perk is a must-use for slower reloading weapons like LMGs and snipers, but also a great all-around perk. It comes with a hefty price though. For 3000 points it's yours. But do you really have that many points? Let's look at Stamina Up. It's very self-explanatory and one perk I love to use. It lengthens the time you have to sprint, and you'll also do so faster. A perk for the fast boys and girls out there. And at the low price of only 2,000 points, this baby is yours. Last, Tombstone, the weirdest and most useless of the perks, outside of one unintended feature. Tombstone does one thing. It allows you to, instead of getting revived by a teammate, oh, and before I forget, Tombstone only exists in the multiplayer modes. Again, instead of getting revived, you can choose just to die, but with a twist. You leave a tombstone behind, with all of your perks that are normally lost upon downing, your weapons and equipment in that tombstone, for you to pick up when you respawn the next round. This perk also has a bit of an exploit built into it. If you're downed, you respawn the next round, you buy the perks you didn't have before getting downed, and then you pick up Tombstone. You get to keep all of your perks, including the ones you just bought, raising the potential cap from 4 perks to 6 on some maps. This can only be done in the multiplayer mode, so it's quite situational. And that's it for the included perks. I'll return to talk about the DLC perks later on when we talk about the maps, but that's it for now. Now let's look at the power-ups. The power-ups are very useful, but kind of boring most of the time, serving as either a great get-me-out-of-here tool or as a literal paperweight. Yeah, it's that drastic of a difference between them, from the worst of carpenters to the best of max ammos, starting with insta-kill. Let's look at these power-ups, what they do, and if you should even pick them up. Insta-kill is very simple, and great at all times except maybe in the first 3 rounds. It makes every damage to zombies fatal. A single bullet from the starting pistol will now kill on the highest of rounds. In the first couple rounds that aren't like round 1 to 3, this is also a great way to earn some easy knife kills to get lots of points. It doesn't do as well in the first couple of rounds because, well, there are better ways to get points. Shooting the zombies in the leg with your pistol first, for example. Moving on to Carpenter. Carpenter does 2 things, both almost completely stupid, boring and useless. It repairs all of the windows on the map, slowing down some zombies. The other thing this power-up does is give you 200 points. That's nothing, literally useless. This power-up sucks. Pick it up, take the 200 points and just forget about it. Double points, doubles points. That's it. It doubles points. A huge advantage in the first couple of rounds. Pick this one up. It always helps. Next, Nuke. It kills all of the zombies present on the map and gives you a bit of a break. 400 points and a great way out of a bad situation. Early game, this one just takes your potential for more points away, only giving you 400. Late game, this one can give you a break or even save you from getting cornered. Pick it up if you need it, otherwise maybe wait with this one. Last and probably best, max ammo. As the name suggests, it maxes out your ammo. It won't reload your weapon though, so reload before picking it up. There is no time where you shouldn't pick this up. There are no downsides, but sometimes you should probably wait until the last second to do it. And that's it for the included power-ups. There is one more of these featured in the side mode to the zombies side mode called Grief. I'll speak about later. This game is the first and somehow still the only game with a zombies mode that has modes other than survival. Now, don't get me wrong, I love survivals as much as the next guy, but other modes are never a bad thing as long as they don't try to take the center stage over the main mode. Black Ops 2 tried, and mostly succeeded in making these side modes. There are very few modes and they aren't that fun for very long, but they serve as a way to break up the monotony of zombies. Zombies is not the main mode. That goes to the multiplayer. It has a lot more time thrown into it. I mean, just look at how many maps there are in this game. Zombies started as this, a break from the constant one-upping that is the competitive environment of the multiplayer mode. Turn your brain off and play some Nacht der Untoten, an Easter egg achieved after completing the World at War campaign. So, what modes does Call of Duty Black Ops 2 Zombies have? There are 2 new modes introduced with the game, those being Grief and Turned. Grief is a versus mode, with the main new mechanic being griefing. 2 to 8 players spread across 2 different teams, the goal being staying alive longer than the other team. The mode can be played for free on the maps Town and Farm, maps I'll speak about later. It can also be played on 2 of the DLC maps, those being Buried and Mob of the Dead. Grief adds new items to help you, well, grief the other team. Zombie flesh, a throwable bit of meat that lures zombies to you. Let's just get into the second, and in my opinion, the better versus mode in zombies. It's Turned. Turned is a fun mode that I have played barely 10 games of. Side modes have never been my thing in these kind of games. These kind of games are games that I like for what they do great, nothing more. I'll give you a couple of examples. CSGO's party modes. That game is not tuned for goofing around for a living. Sometimes you can, but it should never be the center of the entire game. Same goes to most Battle Royale titles being played right now. These are challenges. God, I hate those. I just want to play the game. I know they aren't making me do them, but they do take center stage. Even if I never did any of the weekly challenges, I did. The battle pass is not cheap, everyone else did. They're in the way, trying their hardest to make me do them. Moving on to Turned, finally. Sorry about my ranting. Look at the length of the video, man. Sometimes I get to rant, okay? In Turned, 4 players will spawn into the selected map as zombies. The first player to reach the so-called cure in the form of a red perk bottle power-up shall become a human again. The human player must then kill the zombies with guns that change after every kill, just like the gun game mode. If the human is killed by a zombie, the human will spawn as one of the zombies again. The zombie that killed the human will take their place as the lone survivor. The undead players can see the survivor through walls. There are various power-ups special to this game mode that nobody cares about. If you do, the Call of Duty wiki has a great article about the mode. All in all, it's fine. Probably more than that if you don't enjoy the normal survival mode to the highest degree. I do, to the highest degree, love this survival mode. So, finally, let's talk about the maps. The goddamn maps. The reason to play the game and the reason we're here right now. Call of Duty Black Ops 2's included maps are some of the worst. Like, literally ever. I mean, TranZit? But it also has a perfect beginner's course to the zombies mode built in. All of the basic mechanics are included in Town. Then we have the maps Bus Depot and Farm. Those shouldn't exist. They just turn out to be worse versions of their respective locations in the map TranZit. The first one I'll speak on is that very map. TranZit is underrated, is what some of you were expecting me to say. I won't. I'm a huge TranZit hater, like the biggest. I do like it for one thing. It tries something truly new. It takes the mode into a place it has never been. It's the biggest map, with the least things to do. It's the biggest map, with the smallest amount of fun. It's the biggest map, with the smallest ambitions. Now, with that out of the way, let's fire it up, shall we? We start in a bus depot. The 2 starting wall guns are here. A door to the outside and a couple of windows for the zombies to jump through. Spawning in, you'll notice zombies already standing in front of you. Or at least I hope you do. This is a great concept that this map brings. It's also the only real good concept that it gives us. It never comes back again in later maps. Sad. It speeds up the first round of the game by a lot. A problem most prominent on maps like Nacht der Untoten, where zombies slowly shamble for what feels like days. 3 parts for the turbine can also be found in the first starting room, a way to open the door in the bus stop for free. Behind this door we find a randomized part for the bus, the gimmick concept of the map. Let's look now at the infamous bus. Possibly, nay, probably the worst, the most mind-numbingly stupid and exhaustively over-centralized concept I've ever had the misfortune of taking part in. It sucks, that's for sure, but in what ways? First of all, it's the definition of jank. Simply getting on the bus is somehow hard. Clipping into things, not being able to walk up a simple flight of stairs. It feels very clunky to say the least. Getting on top of the bus, something that requires a part, in a randomized location of course, also just feels, let's just call it unresponsive. Jumping up and down hoping we can somehow get up someday. Looking at the way the bus moves, all I can think is goofy. It looks like it's on rails. I say on rails, and that nicely segues into the fact that it quite literally is. On a circular route around the frankly barren map, stopping for a short while at different locations. This creates a dead, ugly space between these locations, filled with a new type of zombie made for this map. The denizens. These serve one simple yet stupid purpose: to annoy us enough to never walk into the fog again. That is probably the worst way imaginable to keep players away from this fog. Even worse than a solid, invisible wall. They only spawn in this dead man's land filled with a thick fog. They jump at you, scratching at your face if they manage to grapple onto you, slowing you down, forcing you to knife them. This place looks bad, not just okay. It straight up looks bad. Empty, brown and washed out. Like hell, but less colorful and with more demonic annoyances scratching your eyes. The first stop on our hellish journey takes us through a tunnel to a diner. Before I speak about the diner, let's look at the tunnel itself. One of my favorite locations from back in the day, but the longer I look at it, the worse it gets. Like the fact that the only real thing to do here other than killing zombies is 1. Buy the wall gun, which actually happens to be one of the cooler and nicer feeling weapons in the mode, and the other, better option of the two, leave. If you leave, you should probably go to the diner, the next location the bus stops. This is where you find all of the parts to the zombie shield, the only great thing introduced in this map. Too bad you can't pick it up. You'll want to keep the turbine for the foreseeable future. Yeah, you can't have more than one item in your inventory at a time, meaning that if you want to craft something, you'll have to run back and forth between locations to craft. Diner is also the first location of the mystery box in the repair shop. A cool looking location with a huge neon light sign pointing to the retro feeling roadside diner. Farm is the next location we go. It's a useless, empty location, its only real draw being double tap and a potential box location. It looks ugly and green. On the grounds, a cluttered barn and a farmstead that feels awkward to traverse. Let's just call it all bad. On the bus again, we can jump off at a couple of locations that the bus doesn't stop at. The pylon, the central place of the map's Easter egg. That I won't talk about because it's really annoying and very stupid. Before the pylon though, we also find the map Nacht der Untoten. Not the entire thing, but a piece of it. Before we get there, we have to navigate through a literal labyrinth of a crop field filled with, get this, funny denizens that are so very fun to fight. Moving on to the power station. Cool looking but ultimately ultra annoying location. Arriving, we see a warehouse. Next to it, a shed. Buying the door to the shed, we fall down into a blindingly white circular room. This place may look cool, but you'll want to spend as little time as possible here. It's a bit of a death trap, to say the least. This is where we turn on the power, a central concept in many zombies maps. After crafting the power switch, the device in the middle of the annoying white room moves upwards, giving us a first look at the Avogadro, the new boss zombie of the map. It's more annoying than anything, because of course, being able to stop the bus and not taking damage unless you melee or hit it with an EMP grenade found in the mystery box. After killing it, it will come back a couple of rounds later. Yay. Going up the stairs of the newly opened door, we enter the warehouse. A cool looking but sadly bad playing location, consisting of a couple of overlaid corridors that vaguely lead into each other. The floor is lava, literally, with a jump that always feels scary to jump over. We jump out of the second floor, quote unquote, window and join the robotic bus driver for a little while. Before long, we jump out into the fog and land in the cabin, one of the part locations for the wonder weapon that I'll speak about soon. This is also the location of the Bowie knife, an upgrade to your melee weapon. We once again run into the fog towards town. the best location on the map. This is where you can, behind the vault door of the bank, pack-a-punch your weapons. But don't fret, they still fuck this up somehow. Before you can reach the pack-a-punch machine, you have to place your turbine on the previous bus stop, something that's almost impossible in the solo mode, because of the fact that this turbine will get destroyed by itself after a while, closing the door to the pack-a-punch machine. In town we can also finally get the Juggernog perk, a must for traversing the map's several lava lakes. In the bar we find a crafting bench, the location that you build the wonder weapon of the map, consisting of 4 parts scattered around it. The Frustodyne Aeronautics Model 23, aka the jet gun, is the worst wonder weapon of all time, and somehow still the most annoyingly monotonous to build. Guess what map it's on? This stupid map has the first buildable wonder weapon, without item stacking, the biggest map and the worst traversal system of all time, without stacking. It works like the Thunder Gun, but in reverse, and much worse. Instead of pushing out air, this one creates a vacuum, popping the heads off of your enemy. What makes it so bad are 2 things. The first being not even half as bad as the second. So first, the parts of the jet gun are laid out all across the giant map, some in locations easier to reach than others. Some of these parts happen to be in the fog, crawling with denizens. The other, somehow much larger problem lies in the fact that the gun can overheat. That might sound like not such a bad thing. It would be overpowered if you could just fire it forever. The thing is, when this absolute trash of a gun overheats, it doesn't only limit you from using it for a while, it gets destroyed, forcing you to, again, run around the map picking up a part one at a time, returning to craft it, 1 part at a time. Too bad the high round strategy of the map is also somehow more annoying than any other map too, consisting of running around in circles with the jet gun, slowly killing zombies, but mostly just waiting for the weapon to recharge. All in all, going crazy seems to be the goal of the map, filled to the brim with annoyances. Minor and major ones around every corner are to be expected. The fog filled with denizens, the bus and its stops, the dead space between them, and the Avogadro. This map sucks in every way except the minor fact that it gave us the zombie shield, and that says quite a lot about TranZit as a whole. For me and for your sanity, please don't play it, not even once. Spare yourself the frustration and sadness it will bring you. Next up is what I call the minimaps. Bus Depot is the Nacht der Untoten of Call of Duty Black Ops 2, featuring only the mystery box. It's a bad map, simply because it's boring. It plays like this: open the first and only door and spin the mystery box until you die. You will never stop spinning the box, even if you already have your desired loadout. Why? Because there's literally nothing better to do. It was truly hard to write about this map, because there is no nuance, no new system, and the only cool location is the kind of hidden camping spot behind the bus station. Farm is a slightly more feature-rich version of Bus Depot, but not by much. It stands over it though, simply because of the prospect of getting a couple of perks. They make a very noticeable difference to the way we play the mode. It's quite frankly an ugly map, probably by design, but still ugly. Just like Bus Depot, it's just a copy and pasted version of the location from TranZit, with added wall guns and a lot of perks. Well, only a couple actually. It plays very similarly to the previous map, but is a little easier, still very boring, with no real end goal or side objectives. It feels clunky and unresponsive, not thought out, and acts as kind of a shoo-in just to get the number of maps up. Bad. Town is Black Ops 2's answer to the World at War map, Der Ries, or Black Ops 1's Kino der Toten. The most basic, yet fully featured map in the game. It's probably the one I've played the most and the most popular in the game. Spawning in, we're looking at a lava pit, the Pack-a-Punch machine in the middle of it. We turn to the bank. Inside the perk Speed Cola is located. Looking at the bar, a box location is here. Right outside we can buy Stamina Up. The second floor has Quick Revive. In a house across the street, up a stair, we find Juggernog and the MP5, a great alternative if the box isn't for you. Double Tap is a death trap location, preferred by campers and suicidal mystery box spinners. If played with a friend, Tombstone can be found next to the Pack-a-Punch machine. Town takes one of the most annoying features from TranZit, that being the lava, constantly taking a little damage, fogging up your screen with red. It also makes zombies that just walk into the lava explode upon death, making you take a little bit of damage. There are so many small annoyances like this everywhere around town. Like the bank. I say the bank because other than containing Speed Cola, it is just a cluttered mess of a room. Too small to spend any significant time in. There's another house containing a single thing. The Semtex. Yep, that's it. This map adds nothing new. No new weapons or equipment, no craftables or cool perks. Too bad. Just like the other maps included in the base game of Black Ops 2, this map is truly slow, boring and overall too simple to be played more than once in a while. Just like the other maps, you have nothing to do but rolling the box. But this is enough for most people who play zombies as if it's a side mode to the multiplayer mode. And that's fine, but when TranZit is the other fully featured map included in the base game, this serves as the real included map. And an okay one at that. This is where Treyarch really gets to dive in, knowing you actually want to be there. You did pay for this, after all. They try new stuff, not only new locations, but also new mechanics and map-specific gimmicks. But with that said, the first map is nothing like that. It's as safe as it could be, outside of just remaking an older map. So let's start there. Nuketown Zombies is the first map up. They took the most popular multiplayer map, Nuketown, and made it a very straightforward, survival-only type map. The only real goal is to survive, just like the 3 other survival maps included in the game, Town, Bus Depot and Farm. It's a lot better than them though, so let's fire it up. We start in the most iconic location in the entire Call of Duty franchise, between the 2 buses in the middle of Nuketown. Except now, after the nukes have gone off. This aesthetic is, to be frank, fucking awesome. It looks really cool, with the glowing smokestacks and burned out houses. It's something else entirely to the normal Nuketown, and a nice way to tie back the nuke into the name Nuketown. Enough with the praise of the graphics. Let's get to the gameplay. I'll say this to start off. This is an easy map. Well, simple might be a better word actually. It's kind of a hard map, if a high round is your goal. There are no new weapons except the LSAT and M27, meaning the only way to reliably kill zombies is the Ray Gun Mark II or the Claymore, something you can only use a couple of times per round. The Ray Gun does barely any damage and has a weird way of killing you with its own splash damage. The Ray Gun Mark II is better in this regard, but has a flaw on its own. It doesn't do enough damage either. What it does do, however, is a lot of damage to the head, because of its absurdly high headshot multiplier. But it will run out of ammo, and you'll spend a lot of time spinning the box. Nuketown's draw is not its potential for high rounds and cool new features. The only feature it adds is the randomized perks. Unless you're playing in the solo mode, of course, where the first perk will always be Quick Revive. For obvious reasons. This adds an artificial difficulty to the map and a randomized one at that, keeping you from getting your desired perks until the random number generator is on your team. This can mean not getting Juggernog until round 20, something that would truly suck. The perks drop every few rounds with an audible nuke siren. Looking up into the foggy skies, we see an approaching light, falling towards their final location. I vividly remember playing this mode with one or two of my friends, not getting in any good perks until the end of the game, even having pack-a-punched guns before Juggernog. A great time, not because of the map, but because of the friends I had. The map is laid out just like the multiplayer map as two houses with their backyards. These backyards are probably where you'll spend most of your time in, because of their openness and because the box will always spawn in one of these two backyards in the beginning of the game. The houses serve no real purpose except one of them being a pretty good camping location, the other as a way of quickly killing yourself, getting trapped between zombies and a wall. In the middle of the map, in the back of one of the cars, there is an arsenal of weapons, including the aforementioned claymore, but also the bowie knife. Too bad the door in here cost 3,000 points. Way too much for what's actually in there. Ultimately, this map serves as a cool novelty. Finally, we can play zombies in Nuketown. Or nice! Nuketown and zombies? Yo! This is what people probably thought at the time. It's kind of boring, but a great addition to the pool of maps either way, standing out as a bit of a challenge map, being harder than the others purely based on the weapons and equipment you'll be handling. It's the DLC map I've played the least, and it's also the cheapest. The map doesn't feel cheap, but it does feel unoriginal in every way except its aesthetics. Die-rise, not der-rise. It's a pun on high-rise, not a German word. With that out of the way, oh man, I have no idea how to review this map. It's a map that, just like TranZit, is filled with inconvenience. It's filled to the brim with annoying stuff that makes me rush past it on the map screen. It does have its merits though, some of which I'll speak on, but ultimately this will be a bit of a negative review of the map to say the least. So if you're somehow a huge fan, I'm sorry. But without further ado, let's jump in. Right off the bat, we start off great. Probably the coolest starting room in the entire Call of Duty franchise. We are on top of a skyscraper, high enough not to see the ground. It looks like it could fall apart at any second. A Chinese aesthetic to be found in a lot of places. Others look like a literal sweatshop, kind of weirdly stereotypical. But I digress. The main gimmick of die-rise is also shown right here, in the first room of the map. The elevators and elevation as a whole. The elevators are the way to move up and down, making it the central concept of the map. This also makes for its biggest flaw, the way to traverse it. One of the exits to the spawn is also an elevator, at no extra cost, leading directly to the power and Juggernog. But this one sets you on an expensive trip all around the map to get back to the other side of it. The other leads directly to the mystery box and quick revive. Once again though, it can be a pain to get into the other building. Die-rise is a big map that feels very claustrophobic almost all the time. Few rooms feel safe, something that's almost essential to get right. Having a place with a lot of space to run the zombies in circles without running into walls and debris might sound cheap, but with that space like this, the whole map will feel like 1. A series of corridors with no ends, and 2. Like you're about to get cornered all the time. You're always running from somewhere, looking for a place to breathe. Literally. Zombies will come from everywhere. Windows for them to jump through on every wall. The map introduces a couple of new things, starting with the new perk. Who's Who is a stupid perk that has no real use in any of the two game modes, that being co-op and solo. It serves as a second chance when downed. Instead of getting downed, laying on the ground helpless, waiting for someone to save you, you instead become that person that can save you, but without weapons or equipment. If you fail to revive yourself, you lose everything that your other self had. All perks, weapons and equipment. It serves as a worse quick revive, although with more uses in the solo game mode, while in the co-op ones, it just sucks. A cool concept in theory, but a stupid one in practice. Another thing introduced in the map are the new zombie types. First, let's look at the armored zombies. They are, once again, a cool concept in theory, but a pretty stupid one in game. These zombies aren't a one-knife kill on round 1. but they walk and behave the exact same way. They just have a little more health than the other zombies. Like 2 more health. It's not a bad addition. It's just a misplaced and underdeveloped one. Die Rise also adds a new version of the denizens, the jumping jacks. These are a part of the new special rounds, occurring every 5 to 7 rounds, where these little rascals run amok. After killing them, they will give you a max ammo, great for high rounds. If you manage to kill them all with a melee weapon, you'll also get a free perk bottle, a great way to get a head start. Or fuck yourself with the Who's Who perk. They serve as an okay way to mix up the monotony of rounds after rounds of zombies. This map also introduces a couple of new buildables. I'll be focusing on the Tramples theme and the Liquefier, in that order. The Tramples theme is a pain in the ass to build, with parts spread out on all the floors, forcing you to take the elevator up and down at least 3 times. Not a problem in co-op modes, really, but in solo this is a righteous pain in the ass. This system can be gamed though, by spamming pickup onto a ledge, getting all 4 down to the bottom. But it can also glitch out the items. The Tramples theme is a funny buildable with 2 main purposes: to fling you across gaps and to slowly but surely kill zombies by flinging them, instantly killing them. The second buildable is the map's wonder weapon, this Liquefier. In the other main building we can find all the parts pretty easily, a little bit too easily actually. Getting the gun is trivial. Round 2 or maybe as early as round 1 is possible. This is kind of a good thing in its own way, at least you know that you can get it for sure. But round 2 to 4 is kind of crazy. One of the parts should have been at least a challenge of some sort, like the later maps in the game. Get 15 kills in front of this box or whatever. Enough rambling about that though. Let's look at the gun. The weapon is a mishmash of found things thrown together. The parts. This looks pretty good in my opinion, although not that powerful, more nerf-like than a powerful zombie destroyer. Finally, is it actually good and fun to use? Well, first of all, it used to be better, and quite significantly so. 1 bullet from this could last an entire round. Now it's a slow spreading goo that makes zombies slip. A funny addition to the weapon, but ultimately useless. The weapon is bad, is what I'm trying to say. It's hard to use effectively, and if you're cornered, this is one of the last weapons you'll want. A claymore is better than this. Hell, even the Tramples theme is. The main high round strategy is accidentally to use the 2 buildables to train around and kill them. Some strats are slower than others of course, but who cares? With that said, the map is fun sometimes. It's very different. It stands out from the crowd by quite literally being tall, which in the end turns out to be its greatest flaw. The parts, the elevators and the cramped corridors make this map annoying and easily skippable in the map selection screen after playing it a couple of times. I never played this map as much as the others. There's no real good reason for that other than, well, it kind of terrified me. For any viewers out there wondering, this map is really good. One of the best actually. As I'm writing this, I feel great. Finally getting to play a great map. And a map that I love nowadays. In fact, this is probably the map I've looked forward to playing the most. It's not my favorite, that goes to the last map, but it's one that I haven't played that much of. I didn't have the map actually. Back in the PlayStation 3 days, we would share our accounts around to get each other's DLC and games. Game share, we called it. I had Origins and Buried, some great choices, sure. I evidently later also got Die Rise, but I never had Mob of the Dead, the zombies map that takes place in Alcatraz of all places. But here we are, I have them all now, so let's get down to business. First, let's look at the intro cutscene, as it's tied into the gameplay quite expertly and it's simply a really cool introduction to the one-off crew of this map. We start the black and white cutscene with an introduction of all the playable characters, as one of them, Sal, that is, explains the escape plan they have laid out. Salvatore, Sal De Luca, is the first character we're introduced to.
Ain't that swell?
A sweet-talking mob boss and the leader of the group. Michael Finn O'Leary is next, an arrogant jokester, quite literally in the middle of taking a dump. We then meet Billy Handsome, a psychopathic killer that doesn't even flinch when threatened. Last, the weak Albert Weasel Arlington, moaning in pain as the guard opens the cell door. He murders the guard, stealing his keys and letting his 3 friends out. The plan to flee is now in motion, not before a minor setback. The guard stumbles out of the cell, somehow still alive. The 4 convicts fire on the guard, killing him after a couple more shots than a normal human could take as Rusty Cage by Johnny Cash starts playing. The Weasel states the obvious.
This ain't right. Something weird's going on here.
As we see, the environment has changed into what we know as the map today. We are now back in color as we see the 4 playable characters start fighting the zombies that have appeared. All 4 of them dying in gruesome ways, tying us into the gameplay in a great way. Spawning in, we are greeted to one of the many new features introduced in Mob of the Dead, the Afterlife. The Afterlife is central to the map, being the way to unlock certain doors and power on perks. It can be accessed in 3 different ways. First, by downing. This map doesn't feature quick revive, making this feature the only way to revive ourselves in solo mode. Secondly, it can be accessed by numerous red electric boxes on the walls, shocking you to death. Last, it is automatically induced when starting the map, forcing you to learn how the feature works on the very first round. When in the Afterlife, the zombies won't touch you. Your movement is altered, mainly by faster sprinting, a higher jump and more floaty movement overall. But you have limited time to revive yourself, as indicated down in the middle of your screen. This sets up for some great risk versus rewards scenarios later on in your playthrough. And with the Afterlife feature out of the way, let's look at the visuals and sound design. Mob of the Dead is the best looking Call of Duty Zombies map until this point, and will remain unsurpassed for quite a long time. Except if you enjoy the look of Shadows of Evil, which comes out with the release of Black Ops 3 3 years later. Aside from Shadows of Evil, I can find no map with such ambience as this one. It absolutely seeps with dread and death. It seems as though it is quite literally hell. Red tones from the blood and fires, dirty undertones of brown and grey. Body bags hang from chains in the ceiling. Every surface feels dirty and worn. Every wall lined with barbed wire and sheet metal tiles. The zombies have red glowing eyes and barbed wire embedded in their skin. To be frank, it's a terrifying map for the first couple of playthroughs. One of the reasons I never played the map all that much back in the day. You'll hear screams in the psychiatric wards, chains rattling everywhere, and outside, a great storm is brewing. Treyarch did all they could to make this map stand out, not only for being great in its gameplay and new feature, but for its aesthetic and visual fidelity. About that, we both know that this map doesn't look very good graphically anymore. It's a game from 2012, but this art style is in a single word, timeless. Next, let's actually spawn in, so that I can give you a rundown of how this map plays, or rather how I played it, once, a couple of days ago. First of all, we spawn in the Afterlife, our own body in front of us. The only thing we can do in the Afterlife except revive ourselves is to open one of the cells here in the starting room, containing a free double points power-up. A great start. After reviving ourselves, we can turn our gaze towards the map, situated on the wall, detailing an escape plan. This plan involves several parts scattered around the map for a plane to be built on the roof. We need the Warden's key for obvious reasons. It opens locked doors around Alcatraz. We need tanks. Gas tank, that is. Although a tank would be great for mowing down the undead. We'll have to wait on Origins for that. We need rigging or rope for us stupid people, an engine for the plane, uniforms for some unholy reason I can't come up with. Lastly, control valves for the plane. To the left of the map, we have different steps of the escape plan laid out. It, in short, says get the key, build the plane on the roof and escape. So, now we know what to do, right off the bat. Something that no other map has ever helped us with. And other than the low resolution whitings on the wall, this doesn't stand out. It's a part of the map, and a great way to not force anything on the player. Moving out of the spawn, we have two options. Straight to the cafeteria or to one of the cell blocks, or CD Street, as the sign says. We'll be picking the second option for one simple reason. I like min-maxing when I play zombies. I tend to do as much as possible as soon as possible. This often leads to premature death, or a boring late game, but it's just how I play. We head to Broadway, the first location of a step to get one of the new weapons introduced here in Mob of the Dead, the throwable axe, henceforth called the Hell's Retriever. In order to get the Hell's Retriever, you have to feed 3 dogs around the map, the first one being right here. After doing this, we move outside, riding the gondola down to the docks. As you might realize, there's a lot to all of this, and I can't talk about it all. We would be here all day. We move back inside, up a spiral corridor that has a way of killing me a lot of the time, picking up all 3 parts for the zombie shield along the way, with one exception. We can take all the parts at the same time, making the crafting process not annoying at all. Through one of these cell blocks and up the cafeteria stairs in the infirmary, we feed the last dog. This is also a very dangerous place to be. Zombies around every corner. While we're here, we open the door to the roof, where we're going to build a plane later. Last, we go down past the showers and pick up the Hell's Retriever. And with this done, we shift our focus on getting all of the plane parts, perks, and last but not least, the wonder weapon of the map. But before that, let's meet the new zombie type introduced in Mob of the Dead, Brutus. Brutus is a special zombie with enhanced powers, including a severe amount of screen shake. Even worse when there are multiple of him at once. He has a large pool of health, and when he is hit enough, he'll throw a smoke grenade to try and evade your shots. When downed, he'll give you a free power-up and 750 points. Brutus is not only that though, he has another ability, locking. He can lock certain things, like buildable tables, perks and the mystery box, forcing you to pay a hefty fine to unlock them. All in all, Brutus is really nothing special, except his menacing jog and locking, but a great addition nonetheless. The Blundergat, or as it's called when upgraded with the Acid Gat kit that we can craft using 3 parts around the map, the Acid Gat is a very unique wonder weapon. If we keep it unupgraded, it's like a souped up version of the Olympia, a super shotgun from Doom if you may. But after being upgraded, it turns into a burst fire, acid spewing, zombie attracting, killing machine. When shooting a shot from the Acid Gat, all 3 of the bullets in the mag will burst out. These gas-filled grenades will attract zombies to its location, and after a while it will explode. This weapon is a really special one, and one that is quite useful for almost every player, serving as a get out of jail free card. Well, maybe not this jail. I like the Acid Gat quite a lot, but I loathe the splash damage it has, being able to harm yourself with it, just like the ray gun. Other than that, it's a great gun, and most important of all, perfect for this map. After getting the plane parts, which is a long and arduous process I could talk about for 20 minutes, but I won't, getting the wonder weapon and upgrading it to the Acid Gat, we're ready to go. Escape the prison using our newly built plane on the roof, but taking off in the middle of the storm into the night, we see the Golden Gate Bridge. But we're not going past it. We're going to hit it head on. Falling down, we see the most janky and funny looking animation paired with a cartoony scream. We didn't make it from this hell, we made it to another one. The bridge is an open yet very hostile place to be. For every round you're there, a new Brutus will spawn, adding 1 for every round. This means that the screen shake will shake like all hell has broken loose. It also happens to be the location of the Pack-a-Punch machine though, so it's a very central location. There's an electric chair behind the Pack-a-Punch, our only way out. Sitting down, we see a strike of lightning hitting the bridge, then being conducted into the very chair we're sitting in. It's quite a sight. And if we're talking about the story, this would be one of the coolest moments. Back in the spawn room, like nothing happened. It's a cycle. The main concept of the map. Dying, respawning and doing it over and over. It's a very meta concept because we are two, dying and reloading the game. Dying on round 2 and quitting the game to come back the next day and doing the same thing over and over. But the map isn't really reset. The only thing we have to do again is run around and pick up the plane parts, except now they're all gas cans. This is the thing that's most annoying. I feel like it could have been done more elegantly, or maybe the plane just have unlimited fuel. Sure, it would be unrealistic, but so are zombies, so who cares? And that's Mob of the Dead for you. All in all, probably the second greatest map of all time. Second only to Origins. It's a great map with some really great balancing and pacing. A fun endgame and clear objectives with clear goals and worthwhile rewards. This could all be figured out by anyone after a couple of playthroughs, making it kind of noob friendly too. Even more after taking in the afterlife system, making downs a points problem, not a dying problem. It's a unique take on the zombies formula, and a take that worked. Something that can't be said for TranZit or Die Rise. If you plan on buying this game, this map is a must-have. Although we may be trapped in a cycle on the literally hellish island of Alcatraz with zombies trying to murder us when we play it, I don't want to leave. I want to stay on this map forever. It's just that great. Like a severe case of Stockholm Syndrome, in the best way possible.
I named this map section in the script the best dip possible for 2 reasons. It's a dip between the 2 maps it's sandwiched between, but still a great map. The other reason is the fact that it sounds kind of funny to me. Buried, included in the 3rd DLC map called Vengeance and probably the 3rd best zombies map in the game. I'll be honest with you. This is the hardest map to review here by far. Not because it's really bad or really great, it's not even because it's a generic one. The fact is that this map is just fine. It's good even, but it's boring in comparison to the others. No real gimmick here. It's just too simple for me nowadays. Replaying this is a chore a lot of the time. Not always. Sometimes it's really fun and entertaining, but most of the time I feel like the only real goal is to spin the box and hope for the best. This means that the first few rounds are all about setup, or rather all about the points. Everything is about points on this map, but even this can be ruined. Let's take a step back. I don't want to give you the wrong idea. I like this map. It's among the best and most casually sound maps I've ever played, rivaled only by the likes of Der Riese and Kino der Toten. So with that all said and done, let's spawn in and take a look. The first wing we see is not at all what we would expect. Instead of the western town lost to the ages, buried under meters of dirt, we see a colorless and uninspired stone processing mine, rusty and broken down. It's a great start. Mostly because it's not what we expected at all. The spawn room is surprisingly well done, desaturated and barren, yet somehow kind of epic in its proportions. It feels a lot like the multiplayer map Rust from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The room we start off in is very small, with an open view of an endless pit and a broken stair up to a wall gun. This wall gun is meant as a way to lure the player out of their room, because even if you manage to make it up there and buy the relatively good light machine gun called the LSAT, the ground below you will crumble. You will then fall down on top of some scrap metal, revealing the hole underneath it, leading to an old tunnel system and quick revive. We are introduced to the new wall buy system here. There are only a couple of normal wall buys. The rest have to be picked up and drawn on the wall. This is a cool system that should have been expanded upon, or at least brought to other games in the series. The first wall buy we see here is the pump shotgun. It's a great way of tutorializing the feature without forcing a pop-up in our faces. The only bad thing with the feature is the fact that it gives you 1000 points. A little bit too much, to be honest. It could have been halved. Moving down into the barn right underneath us, the player is taken aback. This map is gorgeous. The ruined but not completely so town, buried under the core of the scalded earth. These houses all look really great, with some great atmosphere surrounding them. It's a truly unique feel down in the town, trapped under meters of dirt, yet so homey. This place feels warm and welcoming, yet dead and rotten. Looking at the big manor, we see a ghost appear in one of the windows. Not a spooky one, but an actually scary looking, sad and lifelike one. The zombies look like cowboys and people from the time period. The interiors look astonishing, detailed with a layer of dust and kilograms of cobwebs on top of the crowded windowsills and empty tables. It's like the people who lived here just up and vanished. Honestly, one of the best concepts for a map in terms of location ever. Truly a work of art. Moving on to another feature brought into the game with the map, Arthur, or as we in the community called him at the time, and I admittedly do this to this very day, Leroy. Leroy is a giant man, or maybe a giant, period. He is also not a new zombie type, he is in fact friendly towards the player. Leroy is stupid and only expresses himself with grunts and moans, like a baby. We find him locked up in a prison cell, the key to which is just outside of his reach. Unlocking the door for the first time as a noob is really scary. Sure, he looks harmless, but at the same time, he is huge. We walk up behind him, picking up the booze on the table next to him. Feeding it to him will send him running like a bull in the opposite direction. Straight through the barricaded door to the sheriff's office and outside to the street. Another great tutorial here. Now we know that these kinds of barricades can be destroyed with the help of our newfound friend. You can also give Leroy candy, causing him to help you kill some zombies for you. Lastly, if you shoot him, he will run back into his cell and lock the door, throwing away the key for you to find again. It won't be as easy as the first time though. Buried brings us a couple of new pieces of equipment, all of them pretty overpowered. Starting with the new perk, Vulture Aid. Vulture Aid does a lot of different things for the ridiculously low price of 3000 points. I say ridiculous because, well, this perk does it all. So let's start off the worst thing it does, seeing through walls. You can now see perks, the mystery box, pack-a-punch and other points of interest through walls if they're close enough to you. The only real use for this is finding the box after getting a teddy bear, but that's not what makes this perk so great. It also gives you small drops, 2 bullets here and 5 points there. This stacks up fast and can give you multiple free mags for your weapon, but it doesn't end there. The most overpowered part of this perk is the green fog some zombies now drop. 1 in about 10 zombies will carry a green fog. That when killed is dropped, and when the player is standing inside said fog, the zombies will no longer target the player, giving you free room to breathe. What makes this so overpowered is just how long this lasts, and the fact that the fog is so common to stumble upon. A totally overpowered perk, and one of my favorites. This map also brings 3 new wonder weapons, one of them being a piece of equipment. So let's start with that. The time bomb is just what it sounds like, a way to travel back in time. After being thrown, the player can then, for example, after downing, just go back in time to the round when the bomb was placed and keep going without losing anything except time and the equipment itself. It gets replenished with a max ammo. This is so unbelievably overpowered, to the point that downing is no longer a problem at all, except the loss of time. The next wonder weapon introduced is called the Paralyzer, an infinite ammo alien looking thing. But unlike the jet gun from TranZit, it won't break when reaching the limit. It will only want you to wait for it to cool down. If shot on the ground as the player jumps, he will then float, making it possible to go over some obstacles and up some higher spots. Overall, a fun and innovative weapon that I love to use. Also, super overpowered. Lastly, the map gives you the Ray Gun Mark II, a non-splash damage version of the ray gun with a 3-round burst and the highest headshot multiplier in the game. After buying this DLC pack, the ray gun will show up on all other maps in the mystery box as a normal gun. And that's about it for the additions. Except one thing. The mansion is home to the Ghost, a new zombie type.
Upon entering the mansion, this new type will spawn in set locations, forcing you to rush through this house of horrors to make it out, up the stairs behind the hidden bookshelf tunnel and out the other side. If you get touched by one of these ghosts, it will take your money and cause a little bit of damage, but nothing major. The first time you get out of the house, these ghosts will follow you outside, and if you manage to kill them all, you'll get a free perk. This can be repeated every 5 rounds for another free perk, meaning you can get all the perks on the map. Nice! Behind the mansion is a hedge maze that, if traveled through, will lead to the Pack-a-Punch machine and the perk Stamina Up. And that's about it for the map Buried. A perfect casual map for people who don't want a quest thrown on them, but don't want to play town anymore either. It's a great map for a newer player, and a player who likes to spin the box and open doors, buy perks and Pack-a-Punch. It's among the greatest maps for this single reason. There is little to no bullshit here, outside of the weird decision to not be able to have multiple parts for the buildables in your inventory, like Mob of the Dead. Before I talk about Origins, I want to mention one thing. The bank. The bank is a feature on 3 of the maps in the game. TranZit, of course, Die Rise because why not fuck the map up a little more, and lastly Buried. It works like this. The player can, in increments of 1000 points, deposit money into the bank for use at a later date, or even in another map featuring the bank. This is obviously busted. Potentially tens of thousands of points on round 1 is not a good thing. It totally fucks up the balance of the early and mid rounds to a point where the game is just a joke. Setting up on round 1 is now just kind of granted on the 3 maps where the bank is a feature. Good thing it's not on Mob of the Dead or Origins. About that, finally, I get to talk about my favorite map of all time. Origins is the best map in Call of Duty Zombies' entire history. Never surpassed until this very day. Not even Black Ops 3's star-studded roster of 9s and 10s can live up to this absolute masterpiece of game design. And that's not the end of the praise I'll give it. So strap in, cause we're going to be here for a while. I will also talk about the story, even though I told you earlier that I wouldn't. Just like Mob of the Dead, Origins has a story to its center. But even more so. It's hard to play this map without going on a grand quest to save the little girl whispering in your ear to save her. But first, let's take a look at the intro cinematic, as it serves as a perfect introduction to the characters and the whimsical scenario they've been thrown into. The intro starts with a bit of exposition dump, cueing us into the origins of the zombie storyline we're all so used to today. A girl's voice explains the entirety of the intro, telling us the story. On the French battlefields of the Great War, 2 German scientists, Maxis and Richthofen, try to find the power in the dark energy, only known as Element 115, to win the war. What they actually find though are the zombies, and this is what the first part of the intro is about, to the tune of Shepherd of Fire by the band Avenged Sevenfold. It's a short but sweet intro to the scenario. This is where the character introductions start, starting with Tank Dempsey, the badass American war hero of our story. Next we see Nikolai Belinsky, the stereotypical Russian wielding an axe with countless wives and liters of vodka in his pockets. This was obviously my favorite character as a kid. I just kind of found his accent funny, I guess. Slicing his way in is Takeo Masaki, the stereotypical Japanese character with a samurai sword, unending loyalty to his emperor and a firm personality. Last, as the characters all meet, we're introduced to the German scientist Dr. Edward Richthofen. His hands are bloody as he's removing the brain of his former friend and scientist Maxis in the middle of a battle. But before long, a giant German war robot steps on the roof of the building we're in, leading directly into gameplay. So let me just say this. I absolutely
love this intro. A great track accompanies the badass visuals as we introduce to the lovable group of 4 we play in the game. An awesome intro that I never skip. Spawning in, we can see the foot from the starting cutscene move away, letting in the little light that the battlefield has to offer through the hole it covered. The spawn shows us 2 new features, and hints at a third. A pretty large amount of stuff to throw at the player right away. The 2 new features here are the box. No, not the mystery box, but the award box. This box is where, after completing a handful of challenges, awards can be picked up. These awards range from free perks and max ammos to an upgraded melee weapon. The second new feature are the generators, the way to power up things such as the perks and the mystery box. After the player has activated all 6 generators, we gain the ability to pack a punch in the middle of the map. When starting the generator, the player is challenged to survive within its reach for a couple of seconds, while glowing, ghost-like Templar zombies attack, spawning from the ground nearby. It's a great way to gamify the power system, without making it boring and mindless. As we move outside of the spawn room, we are greeted to the visuals of the map, and some great ones at that. Origins, as I said before, takes place in the trenches of the First World War in France. A gloomy and desolate, yet action-filled battlefield. I say it's desolate, but if you look into the sky, it looks like the war is still going strong. Planes fighting it out as the giant robots patrol, wandering the map. It's a very grey map, but it stands out as being epic in the most literal way possible. A better word for it might be grand. It's large. Everything is. The bombed out buildings, the destroyed church, the deep mound and the muddy tunnels and trenches. It's a great looking map, although somewhat grey. Actually scratch that, it's super grey. This being the only downside to its visuals. Moving on to another feature. Let's look at the mud. Some people will call limiting a player's movement boring, bad and frustrating. I'm one of these people. Yet here I am writing about the mud in the most positive way I can. It's not a great feature, but it's also not a bad one. It's a good way to limit the movement in the more open and safe areas of the map. The mud is dangerous when not treated with respect. You do not want to get stuck in it while zombies are running after you. The mud can also be traversed slightly faster if one learns to strafe jump over and over. It's a good feature, a feature that fits, and a feature that brings tension to the map. One thing that you definitely don't want is to meet the Panzer, the new zombie type added in the map. On round 7 you better have a great gun or the one true god on your side, because the Panzer is not a boss zombie to laugh at. An armored, flamethrower wielding boss with a grappling hook and a pretty giant health pool. These Panzers will ruin your day if you aren't ready for them. Getting a Ray Gun Mark II or upgrading your starting pistol, making it a worse version of the Ray Gun Mark II, is advised. The Panzers look awesome, feel scary, and pose a real threat in the best way possible. The so-called Panzer round is one of the many things you have to keep in mind, else risking all your work. But if you want to kill these Panzers as fast as possible, making them trivial, you should look into the staffs, the wonder weapons of the map. First things first. Getting a staff on Origins is not something for the faint of heart. It's a bit of a journey, but unlike spinning the box waiting for something good to come to you, you have a guaranteed treat at the end of the tunnel. This is why I love Origins more than Mob of the Dead. This is why I like Origins over any map, in fact. The guarantee, the side challenges that most players will never do. This is also the reasons why newer players hate Origins. Most players will never take the frankly unnecessary long time to figure these things out, and that's okay. We have town and farm for those guys. But back to the staffs. To get a staff, you'll first need all of the 3 parts and the corresponding disc. I'm not making a tutorial here, but let's look at one of the 4 staffs upgrades paths to clue you into how convoluted these can be. So here we go. The best staff, and somehow the second easiest to build, the ice staff.
The 3 pieces of the ice staff can be found only through another feature brought into the game with Origins: dig sites. Dig sites are small piles of dirt and debris that, granted the player has picked up a shovel, can be dug up. In these piles we can find everything from a zombie to a free max ammo power-up. A new feature, but also essential for the ice staff. When it's snowing, yeah, I never mentioned this, but Origins does in fact have a weather system. You can dig up ice staff parts in the 3 different areas of the map. The 3 areas are as follows: the spawn trenches, the mound in the middle of the ground, and under and around the church on the top of the map. After getting the 3 parts, we also need the gramophone and the black disc needed to open the mound. Lastly, we need the blue disc for the staff in order to open the ice tunnel located underneath the church. Going through the portal, we enter a wholly different area, the Crazy Place. A dark yet magical place filled with Templar zombies. An open area with 4 portals in each end of the room, each color-coded to their respective staff. We pick up the last part for our ice staff here, heading back and down into the mound where we can finally build our staff. But this isn't it. We have a staff, sure, but it can be upgraded. So in order to upgrade our staff, we go back into the Crazy Place where we do a puzzle of some kind. After this, we do another puzzle or activity. In the ice staff's case, you have to shoot 3 gravestones around the map. The second to last step is to align the 4 spinny thingies and shoot the orb. Last, we take our staffs to the Crazy Place for the last time, getting kills around it and putting it back where we picked up the crystal. And there we go. An ice staff. That wasn't too bad, was it? Yeah, I know. This is a lot. And that was just one of the 4 elemental staffs on Origins. This is honestly both a plus and a negative thing about the map. There is so much shit to do all the time, forever. But it's worth it. Now we have the ice staff. We can feel safe, charging its shots on the ground, creating an ice storm that lasts a little too long and does just a little bit too much damage in the most satisfying way possible. All upgraded staffs also have a secondary firing mode, which in solo mode is pretty useless, but in co-op can be pretty useful. If the secondary fire is shot at a downed teammate, he will be instantly revived. Perfect for the medic of your zombie game trying to flex on his friends with his revive stats. The next staff I'll talk about is the elemental staff of lightning, and don't worry, this is not a tutorial video, so I'll just skip that part from this point on. The lightning staff is probably the worst staff in the game. The charge shot from this gun acts a lot like the Wonderwaff from previous titles, killing 10 or so zombies but over a longer amount of time, making it kind of useless compared to the other staffs. It's a great weapon for killing panzers though, so if that's something you struggle with, maybe pick up the lightning staff, but that's only if you're up for the frankly ridiculously long upgrade path it has. Oh, that brings me to the tank. Located underneath the church, the tank acts as a slow way to move across the map along a set path, and other than getting the 3 parts for the lightning staff, it's pretty useless. Don't even bother, honestly. The wind staff is probably the second best on the map, acting as both a get off of me type gun and a zoning camping type gun. It has a thunder gun type blast from the previous game and a charge shot that looks a lot like the ice staff, except lasting a little shorter. It's a great alternative, but should never take the ice staff's place for too long. To make the wind staff, we need to go inside the 3 robots that patrol the map. In order to do so, we need to get stepped on, except right before getting trampled, you have to shoot the glowing opening. It's a thrilling experience and one that I've failed a fair amount of times, but it's worth it. The wind staff is great. The last elemental staff is the fire staff, the most underrated of the 4. It stands out as being worse than the ice staff and better than the wind staff, but harder to make and use than the 2, so nobody will make it. To make the staff, you need to kill the panzer, shoot down a freaking plane, and turn on generator 6. It's a pretty drawn out chase, mostly because of the panzer. Honestly, I'd recommend the staff for only one thing: the Easter egg of the map, the next thing we'll look at. So I made an exception for this map in terms of its story for a single reason. It's so goddamn central to everything of this map. So let's dig into the Easter egg steps. First of all, these steps mirror the ones seen on the Vorkuta prison escape mission, seen in the original Call of Duty Black Ops. Step 1. Secure the keys. The keys are the 4 elemental staffs. This will take a while, but not as long as the next step. The second step is called Ascend from Darkness. The biggest step, upgrading all 4 staffs and putting them in the 3 robots. It's a long step, and the one that most people will fail at. It takes a lot of knowledge to be able to make all those staffs without pausing every 3 seconds. The third step is Rain Fire. The hardest step if you're doing the Easter egg solo, but first, this step requires a new piece of equipment, the G-Strikes. The G-Strikes are a type of monkey bomb, a distraction, except it doesn't explode. It's a beacon for the robots to shoot at. It's another reason I love the setup on Origins. It's another thing that, if you know the map well enough, is a guarantee. The way to get these G-Strikes is actually quite simple. Get melee kills in 2 different places, making sure you don't step in the mud between them. It's a fun little challenge for a great reward. So, back to Rainfire. We need to throw the G-Strike in a specific place on the map, but not only that. First, we need to hit a button in one of the robots. This is why it's so hard to do this step while playing solo. In fact, while recording for this very video, I never managed to do this. The amount of time you have to throw is just too small, but if you manage to get it, a hole will open outside of the map, making it possible to move on an Easter egg. As I said, I never managed this, even after trying for literal hours. So let's skip ahead a couple of steps. I don't want to make this a tutorial, and these steps are kind of convoluted and unruly. The second to last step is the last one that's mandatory. Putting all of the 4 upgraded staffs into their crystal's original location, we are challenged to get a couple of kills. Like 200 or something. This is easy if you've got the right gun, but it can get quite hectic. An epic battle right before an epic conclusion. Finishing this step, we're faced with a choice. To keep going with our new and frankly overpowered equipment, or to finish the Easter egg and get the ultimate reward. The last step is simply called Freedom, and it's just the ending cutscene. We release our Maxis drone for the last time as he flies up into the light. We step right into it, ending the game. So here we are, the ending cutscene. Let's take a look-see, shall we?
As the gates to Agartha opened, the 4 heroes were rewarded with riches beyond imagination. From that day forward, they knew that Samantha would keep them safe. Forever.
Samantha says. Was this the prophecy all along? Our 4 heroes were meant to be? Wait, they're just a game for a kid? We're really hitting all the cliches here. We pan over to the second kid, telling Samantha that what she's doing is wrong and that their eyes should in fact be blue. He is talking about the zombies here. Samantha then says,
"It's my turn, Eddie. I can do whatever I want."
Wait, Eddie? Like Edward? Edward Richtofen? I can definitely see some resemblance there. She also said that it was her turn, meaning Richtofen has already had his. Looking at the maps, some of the zombies on them have blue eyes, meaning Richtofen is in control. It's all starting to make sense. Well, kind of at least. Eddie tells Samantha that she is bad at the game. She doesn't know enough about the zombies, and Eddie thinks that he should be in control more. Maybe even all of the time. A siren is heard as their game is interrupted. A voice on the intercom is heard. It sounds a lot like Maxis from the other games and the radio from the starting room from this very map. He tells the kids to put the toys down and come down to the basement, but not before locking the windows. Is he expecting something? Maybe the zombies are coming after him. Who knows? Eddie says this.
We'd better do what your dad says.
Cluing us into the fact that Samantha is actually Max's daughter. Then he says,
I didn't even get my turn.
He really wants to be in control, huh? Samantha says that tomorrow it will be his turn again. But I have a feeling this isn't true. I guess I don't like the way the siren sounds here. It feels like this is the end. No more time for Eddie. As the camera is pointed to the door, Eddie says,
I wish the heroes in our stories were real, Sam.
I know what you mean.
It was all a game for them, but for us this was a long and arduous journey. Samantha reassures her friend, telling him that Maxis has a plan for this. And that's it. A short but quite informative piece of the story. But before we leave, let's just appreciate the amount of background details here. The Juggernog, the Wallby, the Panzer and the bus. They're just toys being played with. It's cooler than everything just being a dream, I guess. So that's Origins, a map that I and most other people love. The greatest map of all time. The GOAT of Call of Duty Zombies mode and a perfect storybook ending for the game's Zombies mode. This is the end of the zombie section, but before we go, I have a few choice words to end on the highest note possible. First of all, I absolutely love the mode, even though I kind of suck actually all of the time. But being good at Call of Duty Zombies mode is more about knowledge and persistence than aim and being a good FPS player overall. I mean, even I can play zombies really well sometimes. It's a mode that takes a hell of a lot of dedication. I mean, what other mindless killing simulators have you going on epic quests and upgrading your elemental staffs of fire, like Origins? What other round-based zombie survival game has you running around in circles just to beat your friend's score for literal hours at a time? What other zombie slaughtering games has a community like ours? So, I have an idea for your Treyarch. An idea to make people like you again and buy your DLCs and games again. Split them up. Call of Duty Zombies has just outgrown you. It's in its 50s, still living under the same ceiling as its mother. It's a new mode entirely, a new game in itself. Just like Warzone, it deserves the attention. I mean, just look at Zombies Chronicles for Black Ops 3. They released the 5th DLC that went to sell better than any DLC. Ever. And I don't just mean in Call of Duty history. It's the most sold DLC for any game. That's unbelievable. It's fucking huge. Not only that, Zombies Chronicles didn't come with any content for the multiplayer mode. Only zombies. Doesn't that tell you anything? Try, make a free game just for the heck of it. Remake all of the old maps and release them for $5 a pop and make literal billions. Give me TranZit for 10. I'd buy it. I won't be mad. I'd be happy to support zombies. So go ahead. I'm waiting. So, is this game good? To be honest, not really. You might be questioning me at this point. I've said a lot of great things about the game. But to be honest, this game is not worth the money today at all. The campaign is lackluster at best, but this is kind of expected at this point. No sane person buys Call of Duty for its campaign here in the current year. But that doesn't mean it should be bad. Of course, it should be good. It has a huge amount of time poured into it, that's easy to tell. The voice acting is awesome, the music is great, the graphics were really good at the time, and the gunplay is smooth. And honestly, perfected to a point where it's unmatched to this very day. But the story is either childish and nonsensical, or convoluted and nonsensical. There are few games in the series that manage to do something great. Black Ops is one of these exceptions. Not Black Ops 2, but the first one. The Zombies mode. If you're not buying any DLC, this is the worst Call of Duty Zombies game from the developer Treyarch by a long shot. I mean, TranZit? Farm? Bus depot? The only saving grace is Town, a map so simple I could die from boredom. Even if you get the game with a single map pack, this is a hard sell. I guess you could get Origins, but that map is in Black Ops 3 too, in a newer and better engine. And if you get the map in Black Ops 3, it comes with 6 others too. Long story short, Black Ops 2's Zombies mode is beat, unless you're a die-hard Mob of the Dead or Buried fan. The multiplayer, is it worth it? No. Just no. The game is old, and few games lives for as long as this game is. I mean, there are under 100 people online right now, prime time. I didn't get a game in under 10 minutes for the first 2 weeks of playing on and off. That's crazy for a $60 game in current year. The gameplay though is still fucking great. It's the best to this day for some people. The maps in this game are iconic, so are the guns and the Scorestreaks. Little to none of the features are bad here, and there is so much to do. To be honest, if this game was alive today, I would play it. I'd jump in for a couple of games every so often to get my fix, because this gameplay, it's addictive. This is where getting a better game than this is hard, mostly because it doesn't really exist. There are some substitutes that will do you fine for the most part, except they all have stupid microtransactions that change the gameplay and focus on being the best, not having the most fun. This is where Black Ops 2 truly shines. It's the most fun, yet somehow the most competitive Call of Duty experience. I had a lot of fun in this game. I still do to this very day. I was also very frustrated a lot of the time. I cared. Nowadays, when I play the more modern shooters in the series, I just feel disappointed. Cheated when I die. It always feels bad. Not frustrating in that I care kind of way, but just I got cheesed. Killed by an over-centralized and overpowered weapon or piece of equipment. I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't buy this game. Just get another one in the series. I've never mentioned this before, so let me explain the title of the video. It's not that deep, but here we go. The title, Black Ops 2 Call of Duty's Greatest Hits, was meant to be a part of a series, and might still be. But after looking at the length of this video, you'll understand why that might not be. The greatest hits part come from the fact that the Black Ops series houses the best versions of the 3 main modes in Call of Duty. Like a greatest hits album. Black Ops 1's campaign is one of, if not the best campaign in Call of Duty's storied history. Black Ops 2's multiplayer is unmatched to this very day and simply the greatest of all time. Black Ops 3 Zombies mode is also unrivaled in terms of a third game mode. It has like 13 maps with all the DLC for the same price as Black Ops 2 with its DLC. The value in that game is crazy, and the engine is so much better. The third mode is the hardest to argue, however, with the release of Warzone, a mode that I don't really like that much, but the fact that it's still kind of alive as of making this video tells us a lot. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I want this game again, but it's gone. It has run its course. I feel sorry you will never get to experience this game at its peak like I did. Honestly, I'm just happy I was there for the ride back then. But I think it's time to say goodbye for now, because I have other games to experience. So goodbye Black Ops 2, I'll see you later. Stay right where you are and I'll be back for you soon. If Activision comes knocking on your door asking for a remaster, just turn him down. Because I love you just the way you are. That's it. Thanks for watching. The Black Ops 2 video is done now, but if you're wondering what the future holds for this channel, check my Twitter for updates. I tweet a lot. The next couple of videos won't be this long. It took way too much time for my channel to actually grow off of it. I'll try to do bi-weekly uploads for the next couple of months. If you want to help choose my next video, subscribe to my Patreon. I'll do a poll there soon. There you can also get access to the script I'm currently reading, some behind the scenes and cut content. Feel free to subscribe on there. Again, thanks for watching.